Okay, so who's ready for some Harry Potter? Expelliarmus. Huh? Oh, right, yeah, sorry. Wrong franchise. Maybe next time, Star Wars fans. Maybe next time. I can't breathe in this thing. Tell you what, Star Wars fans. This video hits 1,000 likes. I'll do Star Wars next, okay? Okay. Oh. Ooh. Oh, yeah. We're really doing this. Well, it's that time of year again. Time to do a pointless challenge that I just really like doing for whatever reason. And that is to take a collection of movies, whether it be a trilogy, a quadrilogy, a series, or saga, and marathon them all in one sitting. And today we're going to be doing the longest series so far that I've covered on this channel, Harry Potter. I will be rewatching every Harry Potter movie, all 8 original movies, without getting up from this chair. I can't get out of this chair. That's what that means. I can't get out of this chair. And if you're wondering, how does the bathroom and getting food and drinks, it's 20 hours. How are you gonna survive? There's wheels on the chair. Duh. Watch. Bye. I'm back. Now, I emphasize the fact that this is a rewatch, because it is. I have seen Harry Potter before. I grew up with it. It was part of the big 3 movie franchises at the time. Harry Potter, Star Wars, and Lord of the Rings. It was a great time to be a kid. But there's a difference in watching something as a kid as you're growing up and watching something as a fully grown adult with a supposed adult brain. And I haven't really gone back and watched Harry Potter as much as I've done with something like Lord of the Rings. So I'm interested to see how I will perceive this movie now versus how I did back then. So this isn't my first time reactions to it. It's my first time reacting to it in a few years at least, probably, maybe even like a decade. So yeah, I'm familiar with Harry Potter. Hell, I even know what my Hogwarts house is. Go ahead, comment below, real quick. What do you think my Hogwarts house is? And trust me, you'll never guess. I also went to Harry Potter World and I got a wand. Whose wand do you think it is? I'll point it out when they appear, but most people don't know whose wand this is because you never actually see their wand, but it's my favorite. Pew. So, guys, I hope you're ready because this is going to be a long video. And I hope you enjoy it, and let's see if I can even make it through all 8 Harry Potter movies. I've never failed in one sitting before, but 8 movies, close to 20 hours in one chair, like, I'm not a young man anymore. 20 hours when I was in my 20s, yeah, sure, easy, but in my 30s, I just turned, well, I'm not going to say how much I just turned, but as of me filming this, my birthday was literally 2 days ago, so midlife crisis is what this is. This is the midlife crisis video. Oh, and for people that want to know for some reason, it's currently a little bit before 10 a.m. that I'm starting this. So, what time do you think I'll finish? Comment below and see if you're right. If we get there, I'll let you know what the time is. Well, I can't delay this any longer. Let's go ahead and get into it. This is Harry Potter in one sitting. Realistically, you'd think there would be a turn off all lights spell. That would be quicker than that.
Do you think it wise to trust Hagrid with something as important as this?
Professor, I would trust Hagrid with my life.
Just don't trust him with any, secrets he might accidentally tell a bunch of children. Oh yeah, I think in the books, the flying motorcycle that Hagrid uses is actually Sirius Black's.
Do you really think it's safe leaving him with these people? I've watched them all day. They're the worst sort of muggles imaginable.
The first M word.
Good luck, Harry Potter.
Iconic. we're going into the scar. Why is it a lightning bolt anyway? I think I've heard theories about it, but I don't really know. Why did it make a lightning bolt to Scar when it didn't kill him? Jesus.
How many are there?
36. Counted them myself.
36! But last year I had 37!
Yes, well, some of them are quite a bit bigger than last year.
I don't care how big they are!
Seriously, just get the belt.
Can you hear me?
Oh, God, imagine.
Do you talk to people often? You're from Burma, aren't you? Was it nice there?
He kind of has gotten over the whole, like, oh, the snake can understand and, like, communicate with me. He's just calm about it. Oh, you know there's, like, snake turds in that water, too.
Thanks.
Anytime.
Again, you were just way too calm about this, Harry. What do you think is going through, like, how did he get in there? Like, who did it? Magic, but, you know, still. If they didn't know about magic, it would be like, I would think he did it on purpose. Like, I'd get him in trouble. See, Harry, this is where you get a rookie mistake, bro. Why even risk having a letter of your own going in front of them with it, you know? He's so, like, happy to be such an asshole to him, too. Just like, yeah, burning it. I remember as a kid thinking, like, that's illegal, you can't do that. Impressive.
No, sir. Not one blasted miserable...
All right, didn't they know that the owls are the ones that are delivering it? So why would Sunday stop the mail? It's not gonna stop the birds, you stupid muggle. Maybe they haven't figured that out. This family is really afraid of paper cuts. God damn. Somebody needs to sweep in this cottage. It's so dirty.
Thank you.
It's not every day your young man turns 11 now, is it? Hey?
I remember I grew up with these, like, literally, they came out, like, I was 10 when this movie came out, and then, like, so I grew up around that age, so it was feasibly for me to wait on my Hogwarts letter, you know?
You're a wizard, Harry.
And a legend was born.
I was the only one to see her for what she was. A freak. And then she met that Potter.
She really hits that, like, with her face, like...
You told me my parents died in a car crash.
A car crash? A car crash killed Lily and James Potter?
You had to say something.
It's an outrage.
God, rewatching this, like, reminds me of, like, how much mystery and intrigue there was in, like, the earlier Harry Potters, you know, before we knew the answers. It's crazy. Jesus Christ. God, yeah. God, I would want to beat that kid up. Him, like, sitting there with his arm, sounds while this is all going on. I was just like, Jesus Christ.
And they bring, if they desire, either an owl, a cat, or a toad.
Why not dogs? What the hell is wrong with dogs? Dog, right there. That's the word. My dog isn't even here today. Since I knew I would be in a chair for 20 hours. He's having a sleepover at his friend's.
Ah, Hagrid. Usual, I presume?
No thanks, Tom. I'm on official Hogwarts business.
Bless my soul. It's Harry Potter.
Again. Like, this movie is so good at setting up that intrigue of, like, what the hell happened? What the hell is going to happen?
Harry Potter. Can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you.
There he is. Quick, Harry, just reach up and rip off his turban. I know this is before the era of cancellation. You'll be fine. Besides, he's culturally appropriating. He doesn't need that, I don't think. I don't know. I think in the books, he never used to wear it, and then he started wearing it after a trip. So he really was cultural appropriation. Harry, you should have Gen Z'd his ass. Voldemort just there.
Gringotts, the wizard bank. Take no safer place. Not one. Except perhaps Hogwarts.
Yeah, Hogwarts is such a safe place.
And does Mr. Harry Potter have his key?
Oh, wait a minute. Got it here somewhere.
So this is what I do love going back and watching older movies. It's not even that old. It's 23 years old, but still. It's like, because, you know, nowadays, you know, these are actors in makeup, but nowadays it would just be CG. You know, there would be actors in makeup. It'd all just be CG. I mean, look at the new Snow White. So, it's so refreshing to go back and like, practical effects.
Key, please.
Do y'all know who that is? It's freaking Mini-Me, Vern Troyer. I think he's the only American to appear in a Harry Potter movie.
I still need a wand.
A wand? Well, you want Ollivanders. There ain't no place better.
I was expecting him to also say, except perhaps Hogwarts.
Give it a wave. No, definitely not. I wonder.
God. I'm just like flashing back to my childhood first when I was watching this as a kid.
It so happens that the phoenix, whose tail feather resides in your wand, gave another feather. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar.
Again, the mystery of that, like the implications. Like, yeah, because this movie does a great job of introducing all this stuff and setting so much stuff up. And, you know, it's a testament to the books, really, of how quickly it can grab your attention and like make you theorize stuff, especially early on.
It was dark times, Harry, dark times. Voldemort started to gather some followers. Brought him over to the dark side.
Oh my god, it's Palpatine.
But nobody lived once he decided to kill him. Nobody. Not one. Except you.
God. How do they make a baby like staring down like a Dark Lord look pretty cool, you know? An interesting bit of trivia I know about that is that I think it was J.K. Rowling actually directed that scene with Voldemort killing Harry's parents because she's the only one who knew what was gonna happen, like how it went down, apparently. That just shows how much they're like, oh, okay, this is a big expanding story. Like, they put so much care into it back then. They got people that cared. They cared about what the creator wanted. You don't get that anymore. Halo show, Rings of Power, we don't get it. It's gone. It's annoying.
That's why everybody knows your name. You're the boy who lived.
And then it's another mystery they set up. Just like, why? Why do they want Harry? Oh, it's so much fun. I'm having so much fun with this. You kind of have to like turn your brain back to like, well, I know all the answer to these questions, but I mean, how they're being presented is fantastic, you know?
Can you tell me where I might find platform 9 3/4?
9 3/4? Think you're being funny, do you?
Same every year, packed with muggles, of course.
Let's go ahead and say it as loud as possible so any lost children might hear us and help.
Is walk straight at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous.
Good luck.
And there's Ginny's only line in this entire movie. And it's like Ginny and Molly, that's like their only scene in this first entry, but they're big characters, you know? See, that's something else I thought about doing is to watch like the first entry of a franchise, like the first movie, and then just watch the final movie. Like watch the first Harry Potter and then watch the last and see the difference, you know, the contrast. That'd be cool. Maybe not as a video, but like just in your free time.
Anything off the trolley, dears?
No thanks. I'm all set.
What even is that?
We'll take the lot. Whoa.
Harry flexing on the poor kid day one.
There's chocolate and peppermint, and there's also spinach, liver and tripe. George sweared he got a bogey flavoured one once.
I didn't know what bogies were. Well, until later in the movie where they're like,
Ugh, troll bogies. Watch it. Oh, that's rotten luck. They've only got one good jump in them to begin with.
I'll be honest, when this movie was coming out, I thought him having rotten luck was because of his scar. Because I thought that's what the curse meant that Hagrid was talking about. Is like, oh, you're cursed, so you have bad luck. That's why everything's bad happens to you. But it also means those frogs are alive, and you have to bite their heads off while they're squirming in your mouth.
So,
has anyone seen a toad?
There she is.
A boy named Neville's lost one.
No.
We finally have our whole trio. Look how young they are.
I'm Hermione Granger. And you are?
Ron Weasley.
Pleasure.
Give it about a decade, girl. Then he'll be giving you that. Oh.
You've got dirt on your nose, by the way. Did you know? Just there.
Do you think they'll still use the look of this Hogwarts castle for the TV show that's coming out? Or will they redesign it?
You must be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin.
Trevor!
She takes out her wand and just like kills the toad. That's what you get for interrupting me.
You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks.
And the rivalry was born. That really seemed... See, like, the early movies really emphasized more Harry and Draco's rivalry and the whole house points thing. Like, house points seemed very important in the first few movies. And then it just kind of became a joke. Like, oh, 10 points to Gryffindor, you know?
Also, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you.
Don't go to any wedding he invites you to.
Right then. Right. Okay. Gryffindor!
Why not Ravenclaw for Hermione? You know, you'd think he's a nerd. Books and everything. Cleverness.
Slytherin!
He's like, blonde hair streaked back. Yeah, send you to Slytherin.
It's not a witch or wizard who went bad. It wasn't in Slytherin.
Okay, Ron, well, as far as you know, Sirius Black is in jail because of evilness, and he wasn't Slytherin. There's not a witch or a wizard who went bad. Like, you guys know about Sirius Black, and you believe he was evil. Also, there's an evil Gryffindor in your literal pocket. Literally in your pocket, Ron.
Harry, what is it?
Where shall I
Nothing. Nothing, I'm fine.
Goddamn. Alan Rickman even looks so young here. But I do appreciate that little bit of foreshadowing of Harry's scar hurting, and you're thinking it's Snape because he's looking right at him, but Quirrell, the back of Quirrell's head was actually facing him, so. See, it's things like that you pick up on a rewatch that make it fun to rewatch something, especially with all the context you later have.
Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin.
Not Slytherin, eh?
Okay.
Anything but Slytherin.
Better be Gryffindor!
I will say, Harry, you've been in this school for 5 minutes, and it's already an unbiased hatred towards Slytherins. What did we do, huh? Other than the only Slytherin you've met walking up to you and basically saying how, you know, better he is. But still, I'm going to have to spend a lot of this video being a Slytherin apologist.
You're nearly headless Nick.
I prefer Sir Nicholas, if you don't mind.
Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless?
Like this.
I seriously thought that was too much for a kid's movie back then, too. I was like, how do you show that?
Boys' dormitories upstairs and down to your left. Girls, the same on your right.
Same on your right.
You'll find all your belongings have already been brought up.
This is how stupid I was as a kid, because we see everybody else in bed, their belongings are there, sleeping, and then we see Harry sitting alone on the floor, out looking out a window. So I thought, as a kid, oh, since Harry doesn't have a bed at home, he couldn't bring one to school or something. I seriously thought he just didn't have a bed.
Can you imagine the look on McGonagall's face if we were late?
And we will never see her do that again. It'll never even be referenced that she can become a cat again.
I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition.
He doesn't even try and hide it. Those select few.
Maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention.
No note-taking in this class.
Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?
A hernia?
Well, let's try again. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?
Oh, the stomach of a goat. That's actually true.
And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfbane?
The type of smoke it gets off because of burning it.
Eye of rabbit, harpstring home. Turn this water into rum.
He's like he looks the youngest out of all of them. He's got like the thickest accent too.
Before.
Reoccurring joke. I don't remember if that was in the books that he always blew stuff up. But hey, it's his thing, you know? Oh yeah, that girl totally dropped something but pretended that she like didn't, you know, it's like, I mean, they all gotta have their own thing. Seamus is that he blows stuff up, Neville's is that he's clumsy, and Dean, he's black. They're all unique, aren't they?
When the smoke turns red, it means you've forgotten something.
The only problem is, I can't remember what I've forgotten.
It's your robes. It's your robes. You forgot your robes, bro.
Welcome to your first flying lesson.
Also, I seriously thought that this woman, I don't know why, was the mother in Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. She looks like her, doesn't she? It's mostly just a haircut. But I was like, oh, maybe...
Wow. Shut up, Harry.
I also remember thinking that meant a lot. Is that Harry and Draco both instantly got it or something.
I want you to mount it. And grip it tight. You don't want to be sliding off the end.
Things I told my prom date.
Mr. Longbottom.
Ooh. The CGI.
Everyone out of the way.
Well, it's a good thing you went and got your robes, because if you didn't, you'd probably just have fallen. Also, witch please, you know, like Leviosa or something on him before he hits the ground. You're a teacher with a wand. If you weren't so overdramatic earlier, diving out of the way, you would have been able to do that, but...
Maybe if the fat lad had given this a squeeze, he would remember to fall on his fat ass. Give it here, Malfoy. No.
And as a 10-year-old watching that, I remember thinking like, what? They can say ass in this movie? Huh. That's so much more impressive than catching a snitch, because that's glass, it's clear. It'd be so easy to lose if you're trying to track it, if somebody threw it, you know?
Seeker, but first years never make the house teams. You must be the youngest Quidditch player in a century, according to McGonagall.
It's like a freshman making the varsity team in high school. I guess age-wise, it'd be equivalent of like a 5th grader, really, or a 6th grader. Oh no, it's Voldemort.
Probably thinks his door's locked. It was locked. And for good reason.
Oh yeah, somebody can bring a dog to school, see?
What do they think they're doing? Keeping a thing like that locked up in a school.
Oh, just wait until you see what's in the basement. Also, I'll just say it. Dog's kind of cute.
Now the chasers handle the quaffle and try to put it through one of those 3 hoops. Not bad, Potter. You'd make a fair beater.
I do remember as a kid thinking like, oh, so the beaters, they gotta hit those balls through the hoops. Because like he hit it through a hoop thing and he was like, oh, good job. I was like, oh, that's how you also get points. But no, those are just to attempt to murder people, really. Or attempt to bludger them. That's why they're called bludgers. Because you're bludgering someone. It's embarrassing that I literally just figured that out.
Don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing. The swish and flick. Everyone?
The swish and flick.
Good.
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa.
She had to extend her pinky because she's fancy.
Oh. I think we're going to need another feather over here, Professor. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. She's a nightmare, honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. I think she heard you.
Again, Ron, give it a couple years, and you'll want nothing more than being a part of that nightmare forever.
In the dungeon! Turn around in the dungeon! I thought you ought to know.
Voldemort's just laying there on the ground like, these freaking kids.
How did Troll get in? Not on its own. Trolls are really stupid. Probably people playing jokes. What? Hermione, he doesn't know.
I think in the original, it was going to say probably Peeves playing jokes, I think. Because that seems like it'd be like a Peeves thing. Or at least that's what Ron would say. Because Peeves was originally in the movie. Hey, what was JK getting on about with this? Wow. Wow, Roland, you can't allow a safe space for your girls in your story? Their bathroom is compromised? What the hell? No. Man, that looks pretty good for practical.
Four bogeys.
And he wiped it on his... It's gonna be crusty there in his robe. I'll be honest, my intrusive thoughts, if that happened to me, I'd be like, what does it taste like? You know, intrusive thoughts. Oh, God. Oh.
If Harry and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead.
Why couldn't you just tell the truth? I was in the bathroom. Troll came in. Harry and Ron came to find me. And they saved me.
5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck.
See, and that's not a lot of points. They really only got 5 points for all that. It's just like, it just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Bit early for mail, isn't it?
But I never get mail. Let's open it.
Oh man, I wonder what it could be.
It's a Nimbus 2000.
Nepotism much? Gryffindors. Slytherins would never have nepotism.
Felt the same way before my first game.
What happened?
I don't really remember. I took a bludger to the head 2 minutes in. Woke up in hospital a week later.
That is literally my first experience in a batting cage, pretty much. My mother, instead of putting me next to the plate, put me on the plate. The ball came, beamed me in the head. I woke up in the hospital a day later or so.
Today's game, Slytherin versus Gryffindor.
All right, announcer's bias too. Did you hear how they said Slytherin? Slytherin. Oh, I'll slither in, all right, motherfucker. I wish I had a flag. I don't have a Slytherin flag to wave. The caffeine I took earlier is starting to kick in. He spun her out. Oh, wait, was J.K. Rowling making a joke? Men and women playing sports, and the men just keep beating up the women. What was J.K. trying to say with that? We get it, J.K. We know where you stand on these issues. Jesus. He tail whipped it in. The fact that you got beaten by a tail whip means that you shouldn't be a keeper. The backup keeper needs to go out. I love the implication that if Harry did fall here, nobody would try and help him. You know, like, well, if he falls, he's dead. A teacher can't just... Huh? Again, that's something you notice, is that they're focusing more on Quirrell here than when you realize it. Because his eye contact was broken. This dude's supposed to be an athlete, but he can't even knock off an 11-year-old out of the way. And you're like, what? He's got to be in, like, 14, 15. Also, where do you think that actor is? He had a pretty good amount of screen time for, you know, for an extra. He didn't have any speaking lines. Where do you think he is? Do you think he's still acting?
He's got the snitch! Harry Potter receives 150 points for catching the snitch. Gryffindor wins!
It's also charming at the beginning, isn't it?
Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher.
Hogwarts teacher or not, I know a spell when I see one. I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking.
Exactly.
That is a rule that will never come into play ever again. And I also don't think it ever comes up again in the books either. You have to maintain eye contact while you're cursing or doing a spell.
What that dog is guarding is strictly between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel.
Nicholas Flamel?
I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that.
See, again, that's why you can't trust Hagrid with secrets. But then again, even after this movie, he'll never really have a problem with, like, sharing too much info. They set it up as, like, Hagrid's catchphrase was going to be, I shouldn't have told you that. But he never says it again, I'm pretty sure. We'll see. We'll see if he does. We'll go through all of them. We'll point it out. That's what we're doing here today. We're having fun, guys.
Happy Christmas, Harry. Happy Christmas, Ron. What are you wearing?
Oh, Mum made it.
Looks like you got one too. I've got presents. Yeah.
Oh, it's so, like, depressing, but, like, uplifting. Like, he finally got presents, but, like, he never had any Christmas presents. Also, I remember as a kid, when I watched this with my parents, I remember being like, no, it's Merry Christmas. Why are you saying Happy Christmas? And my stepdad, who is from the United Kingdom, said that's how we say it over there. So I didn't know.
Whoa! My body's gone.
It's like in actuality, just one side of that cloak is just a green screen that he can put on. I mean, that's probably how they really did it. I mean, I don't know, but I just imagine. It's like, why? Why was that necessary? Why is that in a book? Wait, was that... Maybe that was a Horcrux. Like Tom Riddle's. Do you think Voldemort knows Harry's there? And that's... He, like, told Quirrell? Because Quirrell was looking at Harry, too.
Mom? Dad?
Getting a little misty-eyed. It's like that thing of like, oh, it's all you want. It's your family. And you also know the long road he's going to take to see his parents again, essentially, you know?
Bloody hell! I'm Quidditch captain too! Harry, do you think this mirror shows the future? How can it? Both my parents are dead.
Yeah, but they will... You will see and talk to them at least twice, so maybe. Though Ron never became the captain. He was on the Quidditch team.
So then it shows us what we want. Whatever we want.
It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest and most desperate desires of our hearts.
So it's like an AI image generator.
It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live.
Good lesson. Also, if the mirror is so, like, it doesn't really provide anything essential, no knowledge or truth, like he said, just fucking break the thing. Just hammer, bang. I don't know. I mean, I know they use it to hide the stone later, but it was just chilling up until then.
Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Sorcerer's Stone.
The what?
Honestly, don't you two read?
Shut up, nerd. Oh yeah, it was called the Philosopher's Stone when it was released in the UK. Like, there's two different versions, Philosopher and Sorcerers.
Belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist, who last year celebrated his 665th birthday.
Which means he's 1 year off from 666. Fan theory, Nicholas Flamel equals Satan, confirmed?
Hagrid.
Oh, hello. Sorry, don't wish to be rude, but I'm in no fit state to entertain today.
We know about the Sorcerer's Stone.
Oh.
Hagrid, we know he's after the stone, we just don't know why.
Snape is one of the teachers protecting the stone. He's not about to steal it.
What?
You heard.
But they conveniently cut out Snape's trial from the stone retrieval mission, you know?
Hagrid, how did you get one?
I won it. Off a stranger I met down the pub. Seemed quite glad to be rid of it, as a matter of fact.
Oh, the pub he's probably talking about is like in Hogsmeade, right? What's it called? The Boar's Head or something? Pig Head?
Isn't he beautiful? Oh, bless him. Look, he knows his mummy.
Hagrid, the original mother of dragons? No.
Nothing gives a student the right to walk about the school at night.
See, Malfoy made a big mistake there, actually.
For your actions. 50 points will be taken.
50?
Each.
And you only got 5 for beating a troll. And saving your classmate's life.
I thought you said the 4 of us.
No, you heard me correctly, Mr. Malfoy. You see, honourable as your intentions were, you too were out of bed after hours.
See, Malfoy, you slipped up, uncharacteristically, too. Because why did he go to McGonagall? Wouldn't he have gone to Snape? But Snape would have given them, like, months of detention and taken, like, 100 points from each of them, and then given Malfoy, like, 500 points. Hogwarts is not a safe place that they let 11-year-olds, this is their punishment, go into the dark forest where we tell you not to go into because it's very dangerous. And we're sending you in there with Hagrid, who knows all about creatures and stuff. But the one teacher who isn't allowed to use magic. Yeah, you could see a figure walking out there. I remember the first time I watched this was at like a friend's house because I had never seen Harry Potter. I saw that as a kid, my first time watching it. I got so terrified. I was scared shitless because of it. So I didn't see this movie in theaters. I saw it on DVD when it was finally released. Yeah. Again, why would you even split up the kids? What are they gonna do if they encounter a werewolf, Hagrid? But yeah, this scared the shit out of me. It's creepy. And he's like gliding or slithering like a snake. See, we're led to believe that the hooves scared him off, but what actually happened is when the Minotaur, the Centaur, whatever, what are they called? Centaurs? When he stood up, his big floppy penis was waving around and it scared Voldemort away.
You have slain something so pure that from the moment the blood touches your lips, you will have a half-life, a cursed life.
Half-Life 3 confirmed?
You mean you know who's out there right now in the forest?
But he's weak. He's living off the unicorns.
Oh yeah, that's... See, again, think about that. Think about that. Imagine you just got told as a kid that like Jeffrey Dahmer or John Wayne Gacy or Ted Bundy or the Zodiac Killer or Jack the Ripper, they're living in the forest next to your school right now. Is that not like a scary thing? That would freak me out as a kid.
All right there, Harry?
My scar keeps burning. It's happened before. Not like this.
Yeah, the scar pain kind of acted like a sort of spidey sense in a way, you know? Well, maybe not a spidey sense, but he's like, oh, it means danger or something. And it kind of like goes away. I mean, his scar causing him pain still happens, but it's not as frequent or as talked about in the future movies.
Hagrid, who gave you the dragon egg? What did he look like?
I don't know. I never saw his face. He kept his hood up.
This is also how stupid I was as a 10-year-old watching this. Because when Hagrid goes, oh, he kept his hood up. I didn't see his face. I was like, as a kid, I was like, that's obviously Voldemort. He's the only person we've seen with a hood up. So I was able to kind of figure it out by being an idiot.
Now, what would 3 young Gryffindors such as yourselves be doing inside on a day like this?
He's so great. I'm trying to think, did I believe Snape was the bad guy when I was a kid? I probably did. I just don't remember what I really believed about him back then.
Now, Neville, listen. We would... No! I won't let you. You'll get Gryffindor into trouble again.
He's got teddy bears on his pajamas. Sorry, dude, but you saying, I'll fight you in teddy bear pajamas.
The harp. It stopped playing.
Oh, you touched it too. Okay, so Fluffy was Hagrid. The plant is probably the chick from the next movie. She does like the mandrakes or whatever.
Just relax.
Hermione, where are you?
Do what I say. Trust me.
Harry, that didn't look like you were relaxed. It looked like you were shitting.
I remember reading something in herbology. Devil snare. It's deadly fun. But will sulk in the sun. That's it. Devil snare hates sunlight.
Whew. Lucky we didn't panic. Lucky Hermione pays attention in herbology.
What's wrong, Harry?
It's too simple.
Oh, go on, Harry. If Snape could catch it on that old broomstick, you can.
That is true. Quirrell did have to ride around on a broom to go find this key with Voldemort on the back of his head, probably being like, you fool! You just missed it! It's that way! Ooh.
Where are we? Graveyard. This is no graveyard.
It's a space station.
It's a chessboard.
Oh. Wrong franchise. I always remember seeing this chess piece set in the Sky Mall magazines whenever you would fly. That's like my memories of this scene now is just Sky Mall mags.
There must be another way.
Do you want to stop Snape from getting that stone or not? Harry, it's you that has to go on. I know it. Not me, not Hermione, you.
Also, they had to play this very handicapped because Ron would have not been able to really use a bishop, a rook, or a knight that much, you know, to risk actually getting killed. Like, I don't know if he sent them out, like, okay, Harry, bishop to h4 or something. They really just had him fall off a horse and be hurt. Also, I genuinely am curious, because he got cut by, like, a shard of the horse or whatever. Like, it looks like it wasn't meant to happen, because, like, it legit, something hit his face and then it was blood. So, like, is that real, or was it CG? I don't know. It just looked very well done.
You'll be okay, Harry. You're a great wizard. You really are.
He's a great wizard, but he hasn't cast a single spell yet.
You? No, it can't be. Snape, he was the...
Yes. And thus the tradition of having a villain plot twist at the end by not being the villain or being the villain starts here. You know, the last act reveal of they're either bad guy, you thought they were good the whole time, or they're good and you thought they were bad the whole time. Snape, serious, moody, Snape again, and then Snape again.
But how do I get it? Use the boy. Come here, Potter! Now!
God, I wish I had a name that somebody could put such vitriol in. Potter! You need those, like, popping letters and, like, t and Like, there's hard-sounding letters, and mine just doesn't have them. It looks just like the face in the book.
Unicorn blood can sustain me, but it cannot give me a body of my own.
It looks so weird.
Would you like to see your mother and father again? Together, we can bring them back.
Imagine if this guy was Voldemort for the rest of the franchise. Like, whoever plays it here, did they think they would play Voldemort into the future, or was it always just like a one and done thing? Yeah, no, I'd be like, yeah, sorry, Voldemort, I'm out. My hand just ashed off. Of course, the obvious Thanos snapped him away joke. Harry, technically you just killed someone. Also, technically, that means that Quirrell was like a Horcrux for Voldemort. What if underneath Harry's hair, Voldemort had like a little face there?
Good afternoon, Harry. Tokens from your admirers?
Admirers?
Ooh. Is his voice already deeper in this scene? It sounded like it was a bit different.
The stone has been destroyed. My friend Nicholas and I have had a little chat and agreed it was best.
Nicholas, my friend, you need to die already. If you reach 666, Satan will return. You have to die before then, Nicholas.
Harry, do you know why Professor Quirrell couldn't bear to have you touch him?
Because he is a teacher at this institution, and it would be inappropriate, Harry.
This kind of mark cannot be seen. It lives in your very skin.
What is it?
Love, Harry. Love.
See, that sounds like cookie cutter, like, the power of love. But, like, in the Harry Potter universe, at least, the love magic is the thing. So it's really answering how he got the scar. Because that was such a mystery, too. Like, why does Harry have the scar? How did he get it, really? Like, what does it all mean? What's the secrets? They were all over the place in the early movies, you know? It's that intrigue that, like, makes going back and watching these movies so fun. Even though I'm only on the first one. So far. Slytherin! 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 Alright, let's end the movie here, actually. We can end this movie a bit early. That's fine. We can just end this here. No, I can't cheat. Can't cheat.
In fourth place, Gryffindor with 312 points. And in first place, with 472 points, Slytherin house.
Yeah. All right, now we can end the movie. I'm not going to. I'm not gonna cheat.
Well done, Slytherin. However,
events, nepotism. We must consider the nepotism. I mean, I understand. Of course, you got to give Harry, Hermione, and Ron and Neville their points they need, but not wait till the last second where you announce how everybody else is already at their point and let Slytherin celebrate their victory and then take it away is such an asshole thing to do, Dumbledore. Like, these are just kids. They were just living their school life, and you got their hopes up that they had won. Dumbledore's like,
takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up to your friends. 10 points to Neville Longbottom.
How does Dumbledore know that, though? He's got cameras everywhere, bro. Like, not cool. See, look at Draco. He's so upset. I mean, I know he's a little shit, but still. Other kids in Slytherin that weren't antagonistic to the main characters, anyway, just had their souls crushed by Dumbledore. Yeah, look at them. It's like, some of them are like, wow, this is my last year to win it, and I thought I had it, and then it was just taken away. Growing up is realizing, wow, that's such a mean thing for Dumbledore to do. But as a kid, you're like, yeah, Gryffindor, Harry.
Feels strange to be going home, doesn't it?
I'm not going home. Not really.
It just looks kind of funny. That's one. All right, I need to get a drink and to go to the restroom. And for people that are wondering, like, how do you do that without leaving your chair? Well, it's just you gotta arch. You gotta arch it, and then it's a science, okay? It's a science. Just trust me, all right? I'm not making a mess anywhere. So, be right back. Whee!
12 seconds later.
Water. Let's continue, shall we? This is the first Harry Potter movie I actually saw in theaters. I didn't see the first one in theaters. There's only one other Harry Potter movie I didn't see in theaters. Guess which one it is before we get to it. I'll let you know when we get to it. But I've seen every other Harry Potter movie in theaters except for the first and one other one.
I can't let you out, Hedwig.
Damn.
You're not allowed to use magic outside of school.
That voice. Puberty.
And you?
I'll be in my bedroom, making no noise and pretending that I don't exist.
Too right you will.
Harry Potter. Such an honor it is.
You look like a wrinkled nutsack.
Dobby, please stop.
Jesus.
Oh, don't mind that. It's just the cat.
What must they think Harry is doing up there to make loud banging and grunting sounds like that? I will say, though, for 20-year-old CG, Dobby still holds up pretty well. I don't think he holds up as well as, like, Gollum, but it's believable.
See why I've got to go back? I don't belong here. I belong in your world, a Hogwarts. It's the only place I've got friends.
Hey, that's like foreshadowing Dobby with one of Harry's socks. It's like for the end of the movie or whatever.
Dobby, get back here.
This is always, like, the hardest thing to watch.
Harry Potter must say he's not going back to school.
I can't. Hogwarts
This is the
my
problem.
home.
Heroes never lie in these movies. You gotta lie. Be like, okay, sure. Yeah, Harry's a better dude than I am, because I would... Next time I saw Dobby, I would beat his ass. You need a new converter on that thing, man. Or muffler. Or something.
Hiya, Harry.
God damn, Ron's voice though. Holy shit. If you're gonna make a flying car, make it a Prius or something so that way it's quiet. Petunia is escaping! And they're just seeing a car outside their window though. So you'd think they'd be extremely pissed when he finally got home.
Mummy, have you seen my jumper?
Yes, dear, it was on the cat. How?
Why is your sweater on the cat, Ginny?
And who are you?
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm Harry, sir. Harry Potter.
Good Lord. Are you really? Well.
Your sons flew that enchanted car of yours to Surrey and back last night.
Did you really? How'd it go? I mean, that was very wrong indeed, boys.
I love that
Very
and
wrong
Harry's
of you.
face. That's such a... That's what you do when you look at your friend. Also, that look Harry gave when Mr. Weasley was like, "Are you really?" That, like, slight, being recognized for his fame. He doesn't like it, you know? It's like a small little look, but it's a nice little detail that was either written in the script or that Daniel Radcliffe did on the spot as a bit of characterization.
Diagonally.
What did he say, dear?
Diagonally.
I thought he did.
Again, I didn't get it as a kid, but the way their accents probably threw me off, but it was diagonally, diagonal, Diagon Alley, diagonally. I don't know why as a kid I didn't think that he said diagonal, essentially. Why even touch it? Yeah. That's just one of those, the Halloween candy jars. You know, you have a hand up and you reach for the candy, it goes, ah.
What did you do to your glasses? Oculus Reparo.
The Ministry shows up to arrest Hermione for using underage magic outside of school.
Thank goodness we hoped you'd only gone one grade too far.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gilderoy Locke.
Here he is.
Oh, maybe that's why Ron had dirt in the first movie. Remember, like, dirt on his nose? Because they look dirtier because they traveled through, like, flu powder. So maybe that's why he had it on his nose. Interesting.
Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Famous
Ooh.
Harry Potter. Can't
See?
even go to a bookshop without making the front page.
Malfoy, though, he got that deep voice and he got taller. Also, there's an interesting fan theory. I'll go into it a bit later of revolving that of him tearing out a page. It's cool. I'll talk about it later, though.
Yes, Draco's told me all about you and your parents. Muggles, aren't they?
Yeah, this is where we didn't learn that Hermione was from a Muggle family in the first movie, did we?
Associating with Muggles. And I thought your family could sink no lower.
2 books. My stepdad, when I showed this movie to them, and my stepdad immediately called out, "Hey, he just put 2 books back. What was it with that?" And I was just like, "Shut up! You're not supposed to notice that." Hey.
Oi! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry.
I'm just more surprised that they got the same actor to come back. Well, I mean, that they cared enough to get the same actor, I guess.
Hold on! I'm trying. Your hands all sweaty.
Harry is sometimes too calm in these life and death situations where he's literally dangling out a car door flying with one arm. He's just like, your hand's sweaty. He's an action movie star, you know?
Stop! My wand. Look at my wand. Be thankful it's not your neck.
Look at my wand. So Perfect and pristine. Have you guessed whose wand it is? Whose is it? Yeah, the car is like, screw you guys, look what you did.
You were seen by no less than 7 muggles.
7. It was 7. That is such a low number of how many people would actually see that car.
But I must impress on both of you the seriousness of what you have done. I will be writing to your families tonight, and you will both receive detention.
Yeah, you'd think it's like the ministry would probably be more involved in that, you know?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Professor Sprout. Welcome to Greenhouse 3 second years.
Sprout. That was her name. That was the one I was forgetting in the first one with the one plant that Hermione beat in the thing.
Longbottom's been neglecting his earmuffs.
No, ma'am. He's just fainted.
Yes, well, just leave him there. Right, on we go.
See, these teachers really care about the well-being of their students, don't they? Jesus. Okay, I've never watched Harry Potter with headphones on, so that's a challenge. You know, sometimes I want to do that with a bowl of potato chips.
How dare you steal that car! I am absolutely disgusted!
Ugh.
Your father's now facing an inquiry at work, and it's entirely your fault!
I guess that's how the ministry cared, is that they gave him an inquiry. We've all gotten a voicemail like this from someone. Our parents, our superiors, you know. I've gotten one from a master sergeant when I was in the Marine Corps. Oh, God. You get that angry, yelling voicemail, and you know you're in shit. I didn't clean my barracks room, and I went and I fell asleep at my friend's house, and then they had an inspection the next morning, and I wasn't there, and I woke up to very bad messages.
Please, get me down!
Yeah.
Immobilized! Why is it always me?
Imagine like an infestation of those things in like your attic.
I, Professor Severus Snape, do hereby give the Slytherin team permission to practice today, owing to the need to train their new Seeker. You've got a new Seeker.
Just go to McGonagall and be like, can you give us a note to use the pitch instead, and then battle of notes.
No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood.
And thus born into the world was a new slur.
Nothing to do but wait till it stops, I'm afraid. Better out than in.
I mean, at least it doesn't come out the other way as well. I mean, what would be worse, though? Weird.
Mudblood's a really foul name for someone who is muggle-born. Someone with non-magic parents. Someone like me. It's not a term one usually hears in civilized conversation.
But it will appear a lot in, like, wizard music videos in the future. The Muggleborns are gonna rise up to take back that word.
What are you talking about, Harry? I think we're getting a bit drowsy. And great Scott, no wonder. Look at the time. We've been here nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, nearly 4 hours, huh? Me too, actually. I am 3 hours and 26 minutes in.
Harry!
Did you hear it?
See, people always bring up that the first 2 Harry Potter movies are always a lot lighter than, you know, the other ones that get more dark. But I mean, the second movie has a strange voice in the wall talking about how much it wants to kill and the smell of blood and wants to rip people apart. It's just like, you know, I know a lot of people rank Chamber of Secrets as like their least favorite Harry Potter movie, but I think it's underappreciated. I also think this is like the last, we'll have to see on this rewatch, but I think this is like the last Harry Potter movie that really focuses on a mystery that they have to solve throughout the movie.
It's Filch's cat. It's Mrs. Norris.
I think when I was a kid, I thought that, like, whoever had written that message had, like, just used Mrs. Norris because she was bleeding or something. But she's not even bleeding, but that's what I thought. They got the blood from.
You've murdered my cat.
I'll tell ya! August! August,
This is how you know Hogwarts isn't a safe school, because an employee just threatened to kill a student, and that employee still has a job.
She's not dead, August. She has been petrified.
Ah, thought so. So unlucky I wasn't there. I know exactly the counter curse that could have spared her.
Here's the thing that Dumbledore is kind of messed up with. He knows Lockhart's no good, but he still hired him as a teacher. He's like, yeah, the students will get a lousy defense against the dark arts year, but this guy will be outed. Like, it could be your last year in Hogwarts, and you get this guy as your teacher, and it's just like, you don't learn anything new.
Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices isn't a good sign.
She's right, you know.
I guess Hogwarts literally has, like, the walls have ears with all these paintings that are listening to you.
Ferroverto.
What does that feel like for him, though? Because he's a dude. He's an actual person. So what does that feel like being a cup as a rat?
I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets.
Also, Hermione has a chameleon? What? Wait, is that a chameleon? That person has an armadillo. You're gonna get leprosy.
Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in this castle known as the Chamber of Secrets.
That girl is just playing with her mouse right there, with her wand.
The heir of Slytherin has returned to Hogwarts. The question is, who is it?
Who do we know who thinks all Muggleborns are scum?
If you're talking about Malfoy...
Of course, you heard him.
I actually did a book report for the Chamber of Secrets book when I was, like, in whatever grade before the movie even came out. I had moved to a new school and you had to do a book report over the summer. I just chose Harry Potter because I had just seen the first movie. And I didn't even finish it. I got like halfway, maybe. I know that because in my book report, I had believed 100% that it was Malfoy. Malfoy was the big bad of this one because that's what they were thinking. So in my book report, I said like, oh yeah, the heir of Slytherin, Malfoy. I just didn't even finish the book. I wasn't even allowed to use Harry Potter either. I just didn't know the book list because I just moved there.
Another goal for Slytherin!
Again.
Gryffindor 90 to 30.
Again, this biased commentator.
You'll never catch me, Potter!
Who remembers the Harry Potter Quidditch game? Me and my friend would play it all the time because you could, you know, verse each other in Quidditch. And that's what we would just quote to each other every time. You'll never catch me, Potter! He just... Oh.
Finite incantato!
Okay, I'm pretty sure the spell was even reflected in her eyes. We'll find out in the edit, but if it was, then that's a very good detail that I didn't expect to see. I know it seems obvious, but that also is something that, like, maybe it's just something that would be overlooked.
Brachiam. Emendo.
Yes, well, that can sometimes happen.
He just sounded like he was trying to, like, cast a spell in just a different language.
Much more flexible, though.
Flippy, flippy, flippy. Honestly, if it was me, I would just be, like, sitting there, like, how much can I get my arm to flop?
Hello?
By the neck. Immediately by the neck.
Dobby had to iron his hands.
Jesus.
You better clear off before my bones come back, Dobby, or I might strangle you.
Should do it now, dude.
Dobby can only be freed if his master presents him with clothes.
It's such a weird rule. Like, does that mean the house elf can never do laundry?
When did this happen before? Who's doing it now?
Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby only wants Harry Potter to be safe.
Yeah, you gotta keep the mystery alive. Also, yeah, what I said about the mystery aspect, like this being like the last movie that actually focused on the mystery. The other movies had mystery elements in it, like what's going on, what's the plan, but it wasn't like the main focus of the movie. Like I remember in the books there were a lot of mysteries that they were getting more and more clues for, but they didn't really translate it all that much into the movies. Or at least a mystery where they have to get more and more clues that could feasibly be figured out by the audience beforehand.
The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again.
Okay. You fade into, like, where the actual entrance is. Okay. Again, that's something you pick up on after on a rewatch.
Who would ever talk about ugly, miserable, moping, moaning Myrtle?
Myrtle. Who has anybody ever met somebody named Myrtle?
In light of the dark events of recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club.
Dumbledore gave him permission. Dumbledore knows that you are a fake, so why is he doing this? Like, why not allow somebody else to do it?
My assistant, Professor Snape.
Maybe it's this. Maybe he, like, told Snape, like, help him. We're still trying to out him or whatever. I have a secret plan for Lockhart at some point, but just go help him. Actually teach the kids what's going on.
Expelliarmus!
The first instance of an iconic spell, huh? Expelliarmus!
And if I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy.
Perhaps it would be prudent to first teach the students to block unfriendly spells, Professor.
Yeah, see, that's Dumbledore being like, hey, actually go teach it, but make it seem like he's in charge, you know, just do this for me, Severus.
Might I suggest someone from my own house? Malfoy, perhaps?
Okay, you know, Harry Potter is really just like a shonen anime. You have the protagonist who's stepping into a new world, going to a new school, where something makes them unique. They have a monkey tail. They have the nine-tailed fox sealed within them. They don't have a quirk. They have a rival in the school. There's a evil arching big bad. They go through many arcs of other villains, you know? Like the bathroom troll arc, or the Umbridge arc. Hell, there's even a tournament arc. It's just a shonen.
What are you playing at?
Oh, and this is like another like introduction to like a mystery thing, but we had it set up in the first movie, you know? Like his talking to snakes. That's so cool. And you know it's serious when even like Lockhart saw like, ooh.
I heard you speaking parcel tongue. Snake language?
How can I speak a language without knowing I can?
It's like when you hang out with your old friends, you like talk a certain different way, you know, when you're around people. That's what it's like for Harry with snakes. There's more water, too. Did they ever explain where all that water comes from? Well, probably from the actual snake when it comes up. Because it goes through the pipe, so it probably leaves a trail. Oh, right. This one has a giant spider in it. I don't like spiders either. Not a fear. I just don't like them.
You were particularly difficult to place. But I stand by what I said last year. You would have done well in Slytherin.
You're wrong.
All right, Harry. You don't need to be offensive about it. Like Slytherin's so bad you wouldn't have done well. You asshole. I'm just an unbiased observer of this. I have no other inclinations.
Harry?
Professor.
Imagine what's going through his head right now. He's like, I keep coming across all these situations, and now your bird just caught fire and died. He must have been terrified for a second.
The tears of healing powers.
We're gonna remember those details for later in the movie.
Is there something you wish to tell me?
No, sir.
Very well then. Off you go.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Look at that. Look how far they've come. Wait, was that? No, that wasn't Harry's first spell. The first spell he cast was actually in the it was in the duel, his first spell. Pretty sure. Did he cast a spell earlier than that? I wasn't thinking.
We'll have exactly 1 hour before we change back into ourselves.
I just remembered there was a toy, a like polyjuice potion toy that you could like make polyjuice potions in. I just remember the commercial for it. It's like, all second-year students at Hogwarts learn how to make the polyjuice potion. It was like a little set. If I can find the commercial, I'll put it in the video.
Harry Potter! Second-year students can create the perfect potion with the Polyjuice Potion Maker. To make Polyjuice potions, start with knotgrass.
What if we had this?
Well, then you made slimy leeches.
Wicked!
What happens if we open this?
No, that's quite a different potion.
Whoa! Wicked!
Please, just add Lacewing. Then you'd have a magical Polyjuice potion. Someone's made a pig of himself.
Wicked.
The Polyjuice Potion Maker comes with 6 potion packs. Adult assembly required.
But I wanted that toy. I never got it, though. That effect still looks perfect. That looks amazing.
Bloody hell. We still sound like ourselves. You need to sound more like Crab. Bloody hell. Excellent.
I will say though, these the Crab and Goyle, they haven't really even had any lines, I don't think, in this series yet. But they're doing really well with this stuff. Like, cause when I see this, I don't think like, oh, these two actors. I always think like, oh, that is Ron and Harry pretending to be them.
Why are you wearing glasses? Reading.
Reading? I didn't know you could read.
You'd never know the Weasleys were pure bloods, the way they behave. They're an embarrassment to the wizarding world, all of them.
I am willing to bet that they filmed this scene before the bookstore scene, because his voice is not as deep as it was then.
It's been 50 years since the chamber was opened. He wouldn't tell me who opened it, only that they were expelled. The last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, a mudblood died.
So that's what I'm talking about, the drip feeding of information like that. Of like feeding into this mystery. Maybe I just don't remember the other movies as well, but I just don't remember having that drip feed of info that would help us solve the mystery.
It was cat hair I plucked off Millicent Bulstrode's robes. Look at my face.
Look at your tail.
Ron became a furry after that. What's the excuse they gave for that? For Hermione being a cat? Maybe she was like, Professor McGonagall, I was just trying to imitate you. You're my idol. I just wanted to be a cat too.
Let's all throw books at Myrtle because she can't feel it. 10 points if you get it through her stomach. 50 points if it goes through her head.
In all fairness, though, it sounds like a pretty fun game. Never trust anyone that has Riddle in their name. No offense to everyone out there with the surname of Riddle, but I'm always going to think you're up to something.
Potter.
This was the first chat GPT conversation. Why do they write with quills? I get it. You need to be like ancient looking, but quills suck to write with.
Can you tell me?
I've heard of getting sucked into a good book, but this is ridiculous.
Is there something you wish to tell me?
No, sir. Nothing.
In a way, it's fun knowing exactly who that is, you know? Also, an added detail is that he had a little prefect badge. Also, I want to see the symbol on his robe. Like, is it this? Because they all have special robes for their houses. Does his have the Slytherin one on it? Because based on the movie, you know, if he had Slytherin, then you wouldn't trust him anyway.
Stand aside, Hagrid.
No!
System Aperio!
Big spider.
Aragog!
I can't let you go. They'll have your wand for this, Hagrid. You'll be expelled.
I didn't see his logo, but they probably were trying to hide it so that way you wouldn't have any suspicions against this. Also, Hagrid, he can say like, "Oh, I've been at the wand point of Voldemort before."
Now, according to Professor Sprout, they've still got a bit of grown up to do. But once their acne's cleared up, we'll be able to chop them up and stew them.
Out of context, somebody hearing that, it's like, oh, their acne, we'll kill them and chop them up and we'll drink them.
It had to be a Gryffindor. Nobody else knows our password. Unless it wasn't a student.
See, that's another thing that was like a little addition to the mystery. It stands out more in this movie. And now...
She was found near the library.
We've reached the era where Harry has to go through a part of his journey with only one of his friends, you know? In this movie, it's him and Ron. In next movie, it'll be him and Hermione.
Unless the culprit behind these attacks is caught, it is likely the school will be closed.
You're looking a little, anxious over there, Ginny. You got anything you want to say?
Hello? Hello?
You're looking. He doesn't have like a hair trigger, you guys, because like, say something before you're just like, what are you doing, Hagrid? Just like, ah, bang.
That's boss. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic.
I guess I forgot that we got introduced to the Minister of Magic here. He looks a bit different, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same actor.
That help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it.
Dumbledore's just flexing at that point.
Why spiders? Why couldn't we follow the butterflies?
How are you sure you're not stepping on any, and like, there's gotta be some crawling on you, like, come on. How much money would it take for you to walk this spider trail? Like, just imagine there's no giant spider at the end of it, just, there's a trail of spiders that walk like this many, this big, you have to walk it. How much money are you requesting? No, you have to go through this, like a tunnel with them all around you, like one dropping on your head, ah.
You're Aragog, aren't you?
Yes. Hagrid has never sent men into a hollow before.
Oh, sure, talking to a spider is fine, but talking to a snake, you're a dark wizard. Go fuck yourself.
I never saw any part of the castle, but the box in which Hagrid kept me. The girl was discovered in a bathroom.
Yeah, I'm with Ron. That's hell. That's hell. Ugh. Ron gets a lot of shit for being scared all the time in the early movies, but I mean, his greatest fear is spiders, and he's facing it for the most part. Ugh. Yeah, okay. The car. Nice. Man, the early 2000s was like a time for giant spiders, you know? You had this movie, Lord of the Rings had a giant spider like the next year, and I'm pretty sure like 8-Legged Freaks came out around this time too. A movie about giant spiders.
Glad we're out of there.
Oh no. Ew, it would touch me. Ew, ew. I would hate it. I'd be able to like feel its things. Because I mean, hey, props, Ron, you facing your fears and you literally got face hugged by one of them. If one of my friends was in trouble and for whatever reason I needed to go, into the open ocean and like just tread water, deep open ocean, I'd probably be like, sorry, dude. With this amount of large spiders, how does anything else live here without being eaten?
Follow the spiders. Follow the spiders. If Hagrid ever gets out of Azkaban, I'll kill him.
Oh yeah, they name dropped Azkaban already. I didn't point that out the first time, but it's interesting.
What's that?
That's a piece of paper ripped out from a book. Hey, who did we see rip out a piece of paper from a book earlier? That's like the fan theory I was talking about earlier, is that Draco knew the plan and was going to warn the trio, so he ripped out a page, this page, and somehow snuck it to Hermione without her knowing.
The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk. That's why I can hear it speak. It's a snake.
Again, I love that. It's like, wow, yeah, he can talk to snakes. Nobody else can understand it. Like, it makes so much sense that it's a snake. I didn't put it together as a kid, but it's like, oh, that's where it's like a fun, uncovering the mystery. Because you could feasibly have figured that out.
Remember what Aragog said about that girl 50 years ago? She died in a bathroom. What if she never left?
Holy Myrtle.
That's why everyone calls this like the least favorite Harry Potter movie, but like I love it because of that. Because it has that great coming together moment.
Who is it that the monster's taken, Minerva?
Ginny Weasley.
Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever.
That is a pretty dark thing to read about your sister.
My books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things.
You're a fraud. You've just been taking credit for what other wizards have done.
No shit.
I realized it was a boy speaking, so I unlocked the door to tell him to go away, and I died.
Oh, wait.
I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes.
Myrtle never thought to inform anybody else about the big yellow eyes. Also, does that mean... Because I always thought like she had just heard the snake speaking its snake language, you know, and she just happened to come out at the wrong time. But was Voldemort in there talking to it as its snake language? And when she opened it, they both looked at her and he just killed her? I mean, the basilisk killed her, but like, you know, was Tom there? Or did she happen to catch the snake coming or going, you know? Okay, so I've been to like the Harry Potter world in Florida or whatever. How is there not a ride that is just a giant slide into the chamber like this? You know? Just like for like kids. That's like a perfect ride. It's not even a ride, it's just a big slide. That'd be fun. Universal, get on it. And just give me a little kickback.
Say goodbye to your memories.
Chekhov's broken wand.
It's an odd sort of place, this, isn't it? Do you live here?
No.
Really?
You wait here and try and shift some of this rock so we can get back through. I'll go on and find Ginny.
Okay.
Yeah, can't possibly move those rocks any other way right now, Harry. If only you knew, like, magic or something.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Now, this guy definitely had a thing for snakes.
She won't wake.
Oh, his symbol is just like the Hogwarts entire thing. But his tie is definitely green and silver, I'm pretty sure.
It was Ginny who set the basilisk on the mudbloods and Filch's cat. Ginny who wrote the threatening messages on the walls.
Why?
Because I told her to. And she tried to dispose of it in the girls' bathroom. And then,
see,
who should find it?
this is
but
why
you?
this is what makes mysteries fun, or at least the solving of them, because like you finally get to learn everything. And we learned about the basilisk earlier, and now we're learning about like the opening of the chamber, all the little clues they've given you throughout.
How did you escape with nothing but a scar while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed?
Yeah, see, like this is the stuff that like adds to that overall mystery of like, wait, why did Harry, like those early movies, we didn't know. It was so fun. And here's where my mind was blown, because I was like, wait, how can he use Harry's wand? Because I thought, you know, wand chooses wizards when I was a kid. I was like, nobody else can, you can't mix and match wands. So when it was revealed that, which is a great reveal too, by the way, I was like, it makes sense because he was able to use Harry's wand because they had the same core. But it turns out that's not the thing. You could use anyone's wand. It just varies how much power you can use with it, or how well you can use magic with it. Also, how many of you have tried to make an anagram out of your entire name and just realized it doesn't do anything? I have. Chamber of Secrets arc.
I have this. Papa won't save you now, Potter. It only obeys me.
And honestly, I love the dynamic between Harry and younger Tom. I just really like Tom Riddle's actor. I think he's nails that Voldemort, young Voldemort feeling.
No! Your bird may have blinded the basilisk, but it can still hear you.
Yeah, Fawkes really should have just picked him up and, like, flew him around so he couldn't step and make sounds. When I was a kid, the basilisk, just the fact that if you looked it in the eye, you died, I was so scared for a while. Like, opening the door into the garage, I was always kind of afraid because it's just dark in there. I was afraid I would see some, like, yellow eyes and die or whatever. Also, look how good that looks. That's practical giant snakehead model. Some of it's practical and some of it is CG, like when it really needs to move like this, but it's aged very well. Continues the trend of like CG from 20-year-old movies holds up better than CG in brand new movies that come out today. It's really weird. It's so weird. When you think about it, it's just like, yeah, just a sword appears out of the hat. Okay. Is he like... Now you're an action movie hero. Again, though, look how good that looks. A giant practical snakehead, you know? Harry, you should keep that fang and make a necklace out of it. The same way that people do with, like, shark tooth necklaces.
No!
Remember, kids, burning books is bad. Except if those books possess you to do evil things, then you can stab them with a tooth. That's one Horcrux down. And we had that throwaway line earlier of tears of healing powers. It also detoxifies all the poison that had spread throughout your body in that time, too.
Therefore, it is only fitting that you both receive special awards for services to the school.
And we never found out what those special rewards are. Maybe in the books, but I don't remember.
You see, sir, I couldn't help but notice certain things, certain similarities between Tom Riddle and me.
Well, you did say literally the exact thing to Dumbledore when he asked you if anything was wrong, so...
He transferred some of his powers to you the night he gave you that scar.
Dumbledore probably already suspects that he's like a Horcrux then, or something like that. But again, it's like that thing where it's... You have a movie mystery, and then there's an overarching mystery of Harry and his scar and stuff. And it's like, we get little tidbits of it throughout the series.
It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our choices.
I do love that line, though. Also, I'll admit, I never thought that sword looked that cool. Like, I never wanted it. It looks too much like a toy. Like, it's very small and thin. Like, that was meant for a full-grown band, Godric Gryffindor, but it's like a tiny little thing that a 12-year-old can wave around. It just never looked that cool to me.
So this is your master? The family you serve as the Malfoys?
Wow, good job, Harry. You just outed him. Though why would he even bring Dobby here anyway?
The consequences for the one responsible would be severe.
I just love how he's like, would be severe.
Potter will always be around to save the day.
Don't worry. I will be.
Yeah, action movie star. Like I said, you got the one-liners and everything.
Sir, I wonder if I could have that.
Didn't Dumbledore just say not to let Voldemort's old school possession wander its way into innocent hands, and Dumbledore just gave it to Harry? Dumbledore. Consequences severe.
I think you slipped the diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron that day at Diagon Alley.
Let's see. Here, let's find the evidence for him. Okay. All right. One. Oh. That's two. There's two books there. Two. 1, 2. All right. We send this to Dumbledore. We get him arrested.
Master has presented Dobby with clothes. Dobby is free.
And that rule is so weird. Like, house elves can never do laundry. Also, you are literally magical. You wave your wand and you can do just about everything. Why do you even need a house elf? And of course, on a rewatch, everybody points out, was he about to Avada Kedavra his ass?
Just promise me something.
Anything, sir.
Never try to save my life again.
Well, if Dobby had listened to that advice, maybe Dobby would have lived. Sad.
Hermione, welcome back.
Thanks, Sir Nicholas.
And we never saw Sir Nicholas again. Who likes who, you know? Though I think I was too young to be all worried about like who they're gonna end up with, so I didn't care. But I imagine a lot of people were into that aspect of who? Is it Ron or is it Harry? Who's she gonna get with?
All exams have been cancelled.
Yeah. Hermione was somehow studying while she was petrified, so now she's upset. Does that mean all the 7th years are like, oh, sweet. Did we all get like perfect scores on our owls? Or wait, no, newts, right? Whatever their weird names for testings are. Yeah, the slow clap. It's so corny and cheesy. But, whatever. It's charming in its own way. Oh, yeah, I mean, rip to Robbie Coltrane, Hagrid. Also, Richard Harris. The last time we'll see him as Dumbledore. There's a lot of actors in Harry Potter that have passed away, so. Alright, and just so none of y'all say I didn't do it, after credit scene. There's an after credit scene in the second movie. Which makes sense because we never really had a conclusion for that. It was just kind of like, eh. So, end credit scene. All right. 2 down. 6 to go. I got really upset when I realized I couldn't do how many to go on one hand. I still needed to bring in another hand. It's kind of upsetting. Whew. And here we join Harry. Just casually using magic outside of school. I'm pretty sure I was grounded when this movie came out in theaters, so I wasn't allowed to go see it. But that's okay, because my sister spoiled it for me because she read the book. She was like, oh yeah, I can't believe that he was a werewolf.
You mustn't blame yourself about how this one turned out, Vernon. It's all to do with blood. Bad blood will out.
Mud blood, maybe?
My dad wasn't a drunk.
Don't worry, don't fuss, Petunia. I have a very firm grip.
I think it's time you went to bed.
Quiet, Vernon. You clean it up.
Honestly, she gets off easy.
You see it all the time with dogs. If there's something wrong with the bitch, then there's something wrong with the pup.
Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah. Also, a bitch word in a Harry Potter movie. Molly didn't get the first one. Also, did you see Petunia there? She looked a little bit upset that they were referring to her sister as a bitch. Maybe a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. You deserve this.
Don't you dare! Sorry.
Just like Viggo Mortensen, Daniel Radcliffe broke his toes in that kick. Not really, but that would be pretty funny, right?
You bring her back! You bring her back now and you put her right!
No, she deserved what she got.
Keep away from me. You're not allowed to do magic outside school.
Yeah? Try me.
I mean, he was up in his room doing it. Who cares? Harry's teenage angst time is just running away from home that you hate. Rightfully so. You know, after blowing up your aunt. And that was serious. If only he had just come to him and be like, oh, hey, Harry. Instead of barking like an angry dog at him. You know, I've never been on a double-decker bus. Are there any that are like this with beds on them, I mean, not actually magical?
But the muggles, will they see us? Muggles? They don't see nothing, do they?
Oh, it's a triple-decker bus, actually.
That is Sirius Black, that is.
How did he escape?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? He's the first one that done it.
Oh yeah, we'll never find out how he escaped in the movies. I think in the books they explained that he turned into a dog, or he starved himself so that in his dog form it'd be skinny enough so he could just escape his bars. And Dementors can't sense animal emotions as well or something. That's how he escaped.
Ah, Mr. Potter. At last.
Tom, you look a lot different than when we saw you in the first movie. Wait, that guy's book. I'm pretty sure it said A Brief History in Time, or of Time. Little seedlings that there's going to be time travel in this one.
I broke the law. Underage wizards aren't allowed to use magic at home.
Oh, come now, Harry. The Ministry doesn't send people to Azkaban for blowing up their aunt.
But that Lumos spell you did in your beds, that's... You need to be careful with that. It's a monster under the bed. A monster book of monsters under the bed.
I'm warning you, Hermione. Keep that bloody beast of yours away from Scabbers, or I'll turn it into a tea cozy.
It's a cat, Ronald. What do you expect? It's in his nature.
Harry!
Harry!
I will say, though, I remember when this movie was coming out, there was a rumor going around, like, school that Hermione had been recast. Because the difference between Hermione in the last movie and Hermione in this one, you know, puberty, was just so great to, like, kids. We thought, no way, that's a different actress, right? But the way they filmed that scene kind of adds to that rumor, because they start with, you know, Hermione not having her face revealed, talking to Ron. She had this turnaround moment where it's like, oh, Harry. And then the camera lingered on it for a while, and it's just like, wait, is that a different person? So that was just a rumor that started because of that, because she looks so different, at least to kids. As an adult, I'm like, no, that's clearly the same actress. But it was the same thing with Topanga from Boy Meets World. When she had her makeover episode, everyone was like, oh, they replaced the actress. But no, it wasn't. Same actress, just looks different because they grew up. And I will say, I probably did watch this movie a lot because as a kid, this is where I developed a massive crush on Emma Watson. So every time I'd watch the movie, I would just be like, oh, she's so pretty. This is where the movies lined up with my age, because they're supposed to be 13. I was 13 when this movie came out, so.
Except no one's ever broken out of Azkaban before, and he's a murderous, raving lunatic.
Thanks, Ron.
You ever wonder what it's like to chew 5 gum? This thing is so cool, though. When I was a kid, I was like, oh my god. Dementors are such a interesting monster that she made, whatever it is. They're like allegories for depression, you know, that make everything feel cold and all the happiness goes away. You don't feel cheerful with them around, you know, just depression.
But someone was screaming. A woman.
No one was screaming, Harry.
Also, I know it's supposed to be like, he says later it's like he thought it was his mother screaming when she was killed. And that never sounded like a scream to me. It sounded like an opera singer saying Potter. Like, listen. Not like a ah, but a Potter. You know? It never sounded like a murder scream. But then again, I don't know what murder scream sounds like. Maybe.
Welcome to another year.
New Dumbledore, who has also passed away a few years ago, so rip other Dumbledore. One of them left their drum. Come get it, you lazy fucks. Alright, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna order a pizza. That's a different fat lady than what we saw in the first one. And the room is a different place, too. It kind of showcases the difference between the Chris Columbus movies, the designs that came through in this movie, like the locations of stuff stuck throughout the rest of the franchise. Oh yeah, and the Whomping Willow's in a different place now, too.
You shall discover if you possess the sight. I am Professor Trelawney. Together we shall cast ourselves into the future.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about this. I think she's also the voice of the captain from Treasure Planet. I can hear it a little bit.
What a load of rubbish.
Where did you come from?
Me? Been here all this time.
Hey, what are you putting back in your uniform there, Hermione? What is it?
That there could be the sun, and that's happiness. So, you're gonna suffer, but you're gonna be happy about it.
Well, he does suffer, and he's happy about it because he suffers, but then he realizes that he has more family in Sirius Black.
It's among the darkest omens in our world. It's an omen of death.
How could Ron not see a dog when he looked at that? Like, we're... Yeah.
Don't be such a wimp, Longbottom.
Oh, yeah. Neville had his growth spurt, puberty, too. This really was like, look how they've grown, their puberty, you know?
You're supposed to stroke it.
The things you learn when you're a teenager.
Now, who'd like to come and say hello? Well done, Harry. Well done.
Your friends threw you under the bus, too. Ron, Hermione, they could have just grabbed you.
Let him make the first move. It's only polite. So, step up.
By the way, in case you missed it or never knew this, Buckbeak just took a shit right there. You could even hear the sound of it hitting the ground.
Let him make the first move. It's only polite. So. Not so fast, Harry.
Ooh. Honestly, the landscapes of this area are very beautiful. I want to just go to this area. I'm the king of the world!
great ugly brute.
No.
Alright, that was the literal definition of fuck around, find out. You don't get to mess around and then complain when you're retaliated on.
It's killed me. It's killed me.
Calm down. It's just a scratch.
Hagrid! He has to be taken to the hospital.
Hey Hermione, I saw that necklace. What's that about? Looks pretty unique.
It's like trying to catch smoke. Like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands.
Well, you're doing a good job not looking insane in your arrest photo there, Sirius.
Think.
Ridiculous!
Oh, wow. A man in woman's clothing is something that'll be laughed at. Wow. Problematic much. Oh, that's a Black Widow, isn't it? Giant Black Widow, yeah. Ooh. Wow, so the greatest fears of the other people are pretty much the things Harry went against in the last movie. A giant spider and a giant snake. Also, that's scarier. That's more terrifying. Especially with its arms doing yeah. Yeah. Ooh. That's my pizza. I got pizza. Not sponsored by Domino's. Domino's, if you want to sponsor me, though, let me know. I didn't get a drink. I just wheeled all the way back over here, and I realized I didn't grab me a drink. All right, let's go wheel back. And some napkins. Let's grab some napkins while we're there.
A few inches later.
Whew. Thank God for concrete flooring. The moon? Now, why would this seemingly normal man be afraid of the moon? What's scary about the moon?
No permission form signed, no visiting the village. That's the rule.
It's like the first time we see them all wearing like casual clothes and not their uniforms. By the way, I went with cheese. Just a simple cheese. Normally I go with pepperoni, but just a simple cheese. I just felt like, just a little cheese.
They're your mother, Lily's.
Yes. Oh, yes. I knew her.
This dude fucked your mom, Harry. Wow. I just realized there hasn't been any cuts in this scene. The camera moved out, then it moved in, then it's moving back out with them just one shot. This movie has quite a few one shots, and it really helps showcase, like, look at these kids. Look at their acting. They're not kids anymore. These are actors.
What's going on?
Probably Neville's forgotten the password again.
Hey!
Oh!
No one is to enter this dormitory until it has been fully searched.
The fat lady, she's gone.
All right, Ginny, that was your one line for the movie. I'm pretty sure that's her only line in this movie.
The one they all talk about. He's here, somewhere in the castle. Sirius Black!
I'm being joined by someone.
Prior to the start of term, I did express concerns about your appointment of Professor...
Not a single professor inside this castle would help Sirius Black to enter it.
I heard him say Lupin, too, in the headphones. I don't think cats can have pizza, sorry. Here we go.
Turn to page 394.
Alan Rickman. I don't know how whoever gets to play Snape in the HBO shows coming up, but goddamn, I don't know if they'll be able to live up.
With each full moon, when he transforms, he no longer remembers who he is. He'd kill his best friend if he crossed his path. Furthermore, the werewolf only responds to the call of its own kind.
Oh! Ow! What about you? No? Okay.
That is the second time you've spoken out of turn, Miss Granger. Are you incapable of restraining yourself, or do you take pride in being an insufferable know-it-all?
Also, you'd think that Snape would not be as mean to Hermione, I guess, because Hermione is, you know, she's very much like Lily. She's a Muggle-born. She's like the smartest person in the class. Very good at magic. Is a female.
Loss of limb will not excuse you. Page 394.
Harry, I know Snape gives you a lot of eye contact. He looks deep into your eyes every time you talk. There's a reason for that. Damn. Well, if that's Hufflepuff, the Hufflepuff Seeker was Cedric Diggory, so that was technically Cedric Diggory. Imagine they had cast Robert Pattinson just for like that 5-second role. It's like, don't worry, next movie you'll be huge. You know what? That's actually a POV shot of this pizza.
Sort of blew into the Whomping Willow and... well...
Man, Nimbus 2001 didn't last a whole long. It was like such a huge thing in like the first movie, but...
The Dementors affect you most of all because there are true horrors in your past. Horrors your classmates can scarcely imagine.
Exactly, yeah. 2 of the fears were stuff Harry has fought when he was 12, you know?
Guys, let me go.
I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.
Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs are proud to present the Marauders map.
The movie never goes into like the Marauders, really. Mooney is Lupin, Wormtail, we all know, is Pettigrew, Prongs is James, and Padfoot is Sirius.
Oh, and Harry, don't forget, when you're done, just give it a tap and say, mischief managed. Otherwise anyone can read it.
Yeah, the movies never really go into it. You can kind of infer, oh, those nicknames were also on the map, but I don't think a lot of people put those dots together that it was, you know, those 4 that made the actual map. I'm more confused about, like, how the hell did they figure out the words? Like, how did they know, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good and mischief managed. I gotta pause the movie a second. I gotta go put this in the fridge because even though I'm full now, I still have 4.5 movies to go. About another 12 hours of this. So I'm going to need this for later. If you'll excuse me, I'm just gonna I'm gonna roll out. I'm gonna roll out. I'm gonna roll.
A few minutes later.
For some reason, as a kid, I never connected the dots that Harry just stole Neville's sucker. I thought it was like a magic sucker that would just levitate away or something.
Don't stand there, do something! What?
Where's the other guy? Where's, Goyle, right? Or is it Crab? Or is he Crab? I forget. But who's this new guy, and where's the other guy?
Those weasels. Never told me about any Marauders, Matt.
Harry isn't going to keep it. He's going to turn it over to Professor McGonagall.
Yeah, but those brothers of hers still aren't telling you that there's a grown man near you a lot of the times named Peter Pettigrew, so...
Professor Dumbledore does not want Dementors around the place, I can assure you.
Oh, this door, it's always opening for some reason.
Not only did Black lead you-know-who to the Potters that night, but he also killed one of their friends, Peter Pettigrew.
Is
that Peter
Yes,
Pettigrew?
little lump of a boy.
A finger. That's all was left, a finger. Nothing else.
What could be worse? Bess, Sirius Black was and remains to this day Harry Potter's godfather.
God, such a pretty big realization. I love the info we got in there, but I always found it weird. The Minister of Magic and McGonagall just show up at the pub to talk to the bar owner about this Sirius Black stuff.
He was that friend! I hope he finds me.
When he does, I'm gonna kill him.
See, as a kid watching that, I was like, yeah, of course you were. As an adult watching it, I'm like, man, this has pushed this kid to, like, want to kill and murder someone. That's pretty crazy. But in the Harry Potter shonen story, we've entered the dark Harry era, I guess. Or the more edgy Harry arc.
Wand is ready. Here we go. Come on, sit up. Deep breaths. It's all right. I didn't expect you to do it the first time. That would have been remarkable.
My high school girlfriend told me the same thing on prom night.
Expecto Patronum!
Again, this adds to the shonen thing. Much like, you know, Goku trained under Roshin, he learned the Kamehameha, or King Kai learned the Spirit Bomb. Harry learns the Patronus.
How'd it go, Hagrid? The hearing?
Buckbeak's been sentenced to death.
Well, maybe it was the suit, Hagrid. I mean, a full fur suit, you know, that tie, a polka dot tie. I mean, come on, man.
Spiders, they want me to tap dance. I don't want to tap dance.
You tell those spiders, Ron.
Tell those spiders, Ron.
Little lump of a boy, always trailing after Sirius Black.
Black was vicious. He didn't kill Pettigrew. He destroyed it.
Well, I guess this is a pretty big mystery. We're just learning about it now. Like, wait, Peter Pettigrew's alive? What? I was trying to see if there was like a little rat running around on the ground. Like if they had added that, that'd have been cool.
Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs offer their compliments to Professor Snape and request that he keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business.
Why, you insolent little...
Professor.
It's like, hey, what do you know?
Out for a little walk in the moonlight, are we?
Do you get it? I mean, Snape knows their nicknames for each other, right? Doesn't he? So he probably should have recognized the Marauders. Well, maybe he doesn't, because he's talking to Mooney right now.
Did it never occur to you that this, in the hands of Sirius Black, is a map to you? No.
How would he know how to activate it? Tell us the story, huh?
Earlier on, it showed someone in the castle. Someone I know to be dead. Peter Pettigrew.
That's not possible.
So the mystery in this one isn't so much... Because in my head, when I said there wasn't that much mystery, there wasn't a whole lot of mystery around Sirius, like questioning his innocence, I guess. We just kind of learned that he's innocent. But the mystery around Peter Pettigrew is pretty big. They didn't pick up on that mystery until, what, hour and a half in? Though I will say, Lupin is like very tragic because his best friends, James, are dead. He believes Peter's dead, and he thinks that Sirius is the one who pretty much got them all killed, including Lily. And one night he lost all of his friends. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And servant and master shall be reunited once more.
She can get it right once every blue moon. Because I think in the books, it's... she's the one who, like, predicted the main prophecy about Harry and Voldemort, I'm pretty sure.
Ah, come to see the show.
You foul, loathsome, evil little cockroach!
Hermione, no!
Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is the last time Hermione and Draco will ever interact in this franchise. Like, they don't talk to each other. They might be in a scene or two, but there's no interaction between them anymore. Which is weird because, like, the whole Mudblood thing was so big in the last movie. You know, pretty big opposites, but no more. Though I could be wrong. We'll find out. I'm pretty sure, so.
I meant me.
Blimey, what was that?
Oh, that's a fossil. You could find that in the whatever cage in Pokemon. That looks like one of those fossils that you can get.
What?
I thought I just saw... Never mind.
Damn, if only you had, like, stood 15 feet, you would have probably seen that he didn't cut his head off. Hermione cares a lot, surprisingly.
Bit me. Scabbers.
Ron?
Ron!
Hermione's like, dude, where are you going? I was giving you a hug, and now you're gonna go chase your rat instead of hug me?
Ron!
That's not like a nightmare or anything. It's a big old black dog just dragging you down a hole to who knows what. Oh. Just whack, 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 whack. Hermione is so strong. Look at her. One army and a full growing boy and throwing him into a hole.
If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too.
Only one would die tonight.
Then it'll be you!
That's something else. I'm wondering if in the new show, they'll actually give Ron back some of his better moments. Because in the books, I remember Ron did that. Ron put himself between Harry and Sirius, even with a broken leg, and said, hey, you gotta kill us too. But they give it to Hermione. The movies don't like Ron.
I trusted you! And all this time, you've been his friend. He's a werewolf. That's why he's been missing classes.
Whoa, you can't just out someone, Hermione. You're gonna get canceled.
Come on, let's kill him!
Wait!
I did my waiting! 12 years of it! In Azkaban!
Kill him. But wait one more minute. Harry has the right to know why.
Stop phrasing it like you're gonna kill Harry. Just explain now, like...
Give me a reason. I beg you.
Severus, don't be a fool.
He can't help it, it's habit by
Sirius,
now.
be quiet!
Quiet yourself, Remus!
Listen to you two quarreling like an old married couple.
Why don't you run along and play with your chemistry set?
The kids are great, but when it's just like the adults like this, they're really great. They're great actors. Okay, so earlier when I said like I used to watch this movie a lot as a kid because I had such a crush on Emma Watson because of this movie, I would always just watch her pretty much whenever she was on screen. And because I did that, I noticed that she messes up coming up here. She goes to say her line too early before she stops herself and then, you know, does it correctly. Watch, you'll see.
Expelliarmus!
Okay, right here.
Harry, what did you just do?
You attacked a teacher.
You see? After Ron said Harry, she went to say her line before she remembered that he had another line, so she had to wait.
Harry, what did you just do?
You attacked a teacher.
At least that's what it looked like. That's what I always thought as a kid, because I would just watch Emma Watson.
12 years! Curiously long life for a common garden rat. He's missing a toe, isn't he? So what?
All I could find of Pettigrew was his
finger.
See, I think if the movie had mentioned earlier that Scabbers only had 9 toes, like maybe early in the movie. And then, you know, when they mentioned that Peter Pettigrew, only thing left of Peter Pettigrew was a finger, I think they probably could have, you know, foreshadowed it or, like, put the crumbs to the mystery better that way, but...
Harry, James wouldn't have wanted me killed. Oh, Dad. Your dad would spare me. He was showing me mercy.
Ugh, don't touch me.
Bless you, boy. Bless you.
Get off! I said we'd take you to the castle. After that, the Dementors can have you.
I kind of feel bad for that guy's actor because it's just like every time I see him in anything else, I'll always think of him as like a rat.
That looks really painful.
So painful. They might chop it.
She'll never come to a fix in a heartbeat.
It's too late. It's
Yep, that's what you do as a teenager. Like, oh, my injury. Oh, please feel sorry for me, girl I like. Oh, the injury, it hurts so much.
Ron, haven't I been a good friend, a good pet? You won't let them give me to the Dementors, will you? I was your rat.
Yeah, it's still like, look at him. He's like, dude, you were in my room while I changed and stuff. Like, he's also a 13-year-old boy. Like, do you think he's like sitting there in the cage like, oh God, here we go again. Let me just turn away. Just be done. Just be done. If I was Ron, I would kill him on the spot, honestly. With all the shit he's seen and heard.
Expelliarmus!
Rat. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Also, he needed a wand to transform back, but we'll never see anybody use a wand to transform again. Like, Sirius transforms without a wand. McGonagall did, too.
There you are, Potter.
I've always loved that detail. Snape comes out, he's angry and like, oh, and then he sees the werewolf and he immediately is like, okay, behind me, get behind me. Like, yeah, I enjoyed that detail. And he even goes back again and it's just like, okay, after we get knocked down, he picks him up and it's like, okay, no, get back here. It's so good though, because like you can tell that's Hermione doing it. Like once you know, like, it's like, oh yeah, that's definitely her. He woke up, saw them, got scared, and then passed back out. Like, oh. That just looks annoying, like unfair annoying. Like you're stun locked in a fighting game or something. Prongs. You save yourself. You're pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. Also, I realized the big three of movies, they all had hooded, black cloaked figures. Lord of the Rings had the Nazgul, Harry Potter had Dementors, and Star Wars, I'm counting Sidious towards that. He wore a black cloak. It counts.
I saw my dad.
What?
He sent the Dementors away. I saw him across the lake.
See, the movie, that's something that really sucks about the movie, though, is that they don't explain why Harry thought that's his dad. You read the book and you know that James could transform into a deer, a stag, and that's why Harry thought that, because he saw a stag. And his Patronus is a stag, so that's, you know, so. The movie never really went into it. He just kind of says, that was my dad. And we're just like, okay, Harry.
A child's voice, however honest and true, is meaningless to those who've forgotten how to listen.
See, the thing is, Rupert was too good at making funny faces, so they just kept relegating him to, like, the comedic relief. See, they do time travel pretty cool, you know, where you can go back and see yourself and kind of interact with it. It's cool time travel, and it's like, but it is a lot of problems. Like, why can't you just do time travel to do this? I think in the book, it says that the Time Turners were all, like, destroyed at some point or something. I don't know, but still.
That's Pettigrew.
Yeah.
Hermione, that's the man who betrayed my parents. You don't expect me to just sit here.
Yes, and you must. You're in Hagrid's hut now. If you just go bursting in, you'll think you've gone mad.
You know that Harry is already gonna know that he has Harry time travel powers, so you telling him would be like, hey, you did that, whatever. I guess this is the answer to the mystery of who threw the rocks. It's just cool to see, like, the different perspective of all these little strange things that we saw throughout the last, I don't know, 20 minutes.
Is that really what my hair looks like from the back?
What?
I thought I just saw
So I always thought that Hermione, the one that was like, never mind, knew. She's like, oh, I know they're there, but I can't say it. So she probably, I mean, she's smart, so she probably could figure that out. Also, Hermione, trust me, the last few movies, your hair was a lot more crazy. Like, it looked ginormous on your head. Versus now, where it looks like pretty small. I mean, here, just compare and contrast. The hair volume between those two. It's insane, isn't it?
Beyond the rock. What a nice person to see. Professor Dimmitt had that ling planted when he was headmaster.
Oh, yes, indeed.
And all the strawberries, you see.
Of course, Dumbledore already knows that he would send them to the past. In the future, he would send them to the past. So he's already playing it up.
It's Lupin.
It's like, oh, yeah, the adults would have an easier time with it. Oh, yeah, I remember when they came back up, the tree didn't attack them at all. When Lupin transformed and Snape was protecting them, maybe it was still stunned by the Immobilus spell or whatever. Can't believe I never thought about that before.
I think he'll like that after all those years in Azkaban.
I love how the moonlight was sort of like a dawn for them. Be like, yeah, well, time to put those happy dreams away forever.
What are you doing?
Saving your life.
See, add this to more like nightmare fuel that Harry has gone through. Running from a werewolf. Well, Lupin's gonna have a hell of a headache tomorrow. We saw what that thing could do to an arm, and he just took one to the face.
Oh, Professor Lupin's having a really tough night.
Yeah.
No one's coming.
Don't worry, he will. He will come.
Top 10 things I said on my prom night.
Expecto Patronum!
Yeah. We only saw like a little flash of a stag coming out of it, but still. I don't think they ever say what his happy thought that he was thinking of. In the movie anyway, but I'm pretty sure it was just the thought of living with Sirius and not going to the Dursleys was his happy memory. I'm pretty sure that's what they say in the book.
I saw myself conjuring the Patronus before. I knew I could do it this time because, well, I'd already done it. Does that make sense?
No!
It kind of does, though, Hermione. Though it does make me wonder, like, there has to be a start to that loop. If Hermione never threw that rock, like gone back in time to throw that rock and alert them that Fudge and them were coming, then wouldn't they have been caught and sent to the castle immediately? So they wouldn't have encountered Sirius or Lupin or Pettigrew or anything. So I'm wondering how that first timeline went. We may never know. We may never know. That's the problem with time travel stories.
I'll be forever grateful for this. To both of you.
Well, next 2 years anyway.
The ones that love us never really leave us. And you can always find them in here.
The two people that were saved with time travel flying off together. There's something romantic about it.
Well?
He's free. We did it.
Did what? Good night.
I'll admit, Dumbledore is so awesome in this one. Just because, like, as soon as he was like, wise place to begin. Good luck. Shuts door. Well, how'd it go? It's so cool.
I was talking to you there. No, you're there.
What's he talking about, Harry?
See, that also implies that they never told Ron that they were just back in time.
I resigned, actually.
Resign? Why?
Well, it seems that somebody let slip the nature of my condition.
Snape. It was Snape that did it. And I think it was that werewolfism or lycanthropy, whatever it's called. Rowling used it as like a metaphor for like AIDS. I think that's the basis around it. The same way Dementors were like depression. Especially because, the book came out in the 90s during that whole epidemic when that started.
It's a firebolt. It's the fastest broom in the world.
For me. But who sent it? No one knows.
This came with it.
See, that kind of implies that Hermione and Harry didn't tell Ron what happened, you know? It's like, nobody knows who sent it, and Hermione's like, this came with it. It's just between you and me. We know who. I think Harry only uses the firebolt in the next movie, and then we never see it again. I think that's right, because I don't remember anything. We'll find out, of course, but I just remember the brooms being a lot bigger thing. Something else I want to find in this credits. There's no after credits scene in this one, but there is a funny after credits thing in here somewhere. I want to find it. Ah, there it is. There it is. See that? Why was there this going on, huh? Somebody was between somebody else's legs. That's what it looked like. Just saying. In case you didn't know that was there, now you do. You're welcome. Oh. That's 3. 3 down. Ah. Time for another bathroom break.
12 seconds later.
Oh, I picked up a hitchhiker on the road. You're biting me and you're purring. You are very contradictory. Hey, you guys, remember the intro? Where I had the clone trooper helmet on? Well, I actually filmed that right here, in between the 3rd and 4th movie. Because I saw it and I thought I should probably make a joke out of this, so I'm putting it here in the video later on, but it'll be at the start of the video, so. Movie magic. Alright, so we've entered the tournament arc era of the Harry Potter shonen.
Just gather our own comrades. Send them aside.
Props to him for not screaming when he looked down and saw a giant-ass snake.
Step aside, Wormtail, so I can give our guest a proper greeting. Avada Kedavra!
Oh, and his tea.
Come on, Ron. Your mother says breakfast's ready.
I think this one... Oh yeah, Molly isn't even in this one. Yeah, we don't see Molly in this one at all. It's crazy. I think this is the only one that she's not in.
This strapping young lad must be Cedric, am I right?
Sir. This way.
There he is. There's the vampire, or Batman, whatever. I think this was the first Harry Potter book I actually read to completion. I remember, like, sitting in my room, starting to read it and just looking down and being immediately hooked in it. And when I finally stopped and looked up, the house was dark. My door was open and everything, and everyone else had already gone to bed. I was just so entranced in that book, I didn't notice that everyone else went to bed and everything. And I was like, oh shit, shut my door. I didn't know it was that late. Man, I hope to go to my equivalent to the Quidditch World Cup. That, of course, being a Green Bay Packers Super Bowl. One day, I'll go.
Do enjoy yourself, won't you? While you can.
Well, way not to look like a villain there, Lucius. Though with a name like Lucius.
Let the match begin!
And we never got to see how it ended. Classic. I mean, we all know why they changed the Death Eater costumes. But also, leave it to a bunch of Brits. You have some armed, I'm gonna call them terrorists because they're terrorizing. Armed terrorists showing up and just mecking stuff up. Literally, every person there is armed with these. And what are the Brits doing? They're running away. If there was American wizards there, they'd be like, all right, let's go. Pew, pew, pew. That's how it would be. You know it. As a teenage boy, I definitely thought that skull with a snake coming out of it was such a cool look. It was such a cool design.
Those people tonight, in the masks, they're his too, aren't they? His followers.
Death Eaters.
Cool name, Death Eaters.
2 pumpkin pasties, please.
Ooh, oh yeah, I forgot. Harry's got a little crush on this one.
It's hurting again, isn't it? Your scar.
I'm fine.
You know Sirius will want to hear about this. What you saw at the World Cup and the dream.
Okay, I guess they do still bring in that his scar is bothering him in the movies.
Please join me in welcoming the lovely ladies of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic.
Bloody hell.
I forgot we got like a legit ass shot in a Harry Potter movie. Well, that's something you're going to be paying attention to as a 14-year-old guy. Harry Potter and the Raging Hormones.
They drink only single malt whiskey.
You idiot! It's Mad-Eye Moody.
Alistair Moody. The Aura.
Aura? Dark Wizard Catcher. Half the cells in Azkaban are filled thanks to him.
What side he's drinking, do you suppose? I don't know, but I don't think it's pumpkin juice.
And it'd be crazy if it was like polyjuice potion or something.
If chosen, there's no turning back. As from this moment, the Tri-Wizard Tournament has begun.
The tournament arc has started! Okay, so yeah, what is the point of this scene? It's just like a red herring to make you think it's him. But we never find out what he's actually doing, and we know that he's not the one that actually does it, so... What does he do?
You need to know what you're up against. You need to be prepared. You need to find another place to put your chewing gum besides the underside of your desk, Mr. Finnegan.
I've always liked Moody, even though this technically isn't Moody. I liked him.
Talented, isn't she? What should I ever do next? Jump out the window? Drown herself?
I love the tone shift there. It was like, haha, it's funny, isn't it? Yeah, should I make her kill herself? And that's just like, oh,
Have claimed that they only did you know who's bidding under the influence of the Imperious Curse. But here's the rub. How do we sort out the liars?
You established later in this movie that there is a truth serum that the wizards have. Maybe try that?
Stop it! Can't you see it's bothering him? Stop it!
And of course, the context of that makes it more, because, you know, it was his parents were tortured like that. Not only were they tortured by him. So, God.
Killing curse. Only one person is known to have survived it. And he's sitting in this room.
See, that's another thing. That adds to the mystery. Like, try and think when this movie came out. We didn't know about the other stuff, the stuff we would eventually learn in future books and movies. So just doing that, like, only one person is known to survive it, and he's sitting in this room, is like, ooh. It's like, oh, how? Why did he really survive, you know?
Ready, Fred? Ready, George. Bottoms up.
This is also the era where every guy had that sort of long haircut type thing.
The Darmstadt champion is Victor Krupp.
Why are the rest of us even here?
The Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory.
Wow, a Hufflepuff beat all the Gryffindors out. Get owned.
Harry Potter. Harry Potter.
Nope, I'm just gonna sit back down. What's it? I mean, Everybody turns against him here, but...
He's a cheat!
You're not even 17 yet.
And it's also supposed to only be 3. I feel like that should be like the main thing. Like, there's only supposed to be 3 champions. How is there 4? It doesn't make sense. Something's going on here. Did Harry do that? Unlikely, so let's figure out what's going on. But now everyone's like, you asshole.
I protest! Harry! I protest!
Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?
Harry! Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Alright, you know, it's been a while since I actually read the book, so I just wanna check something real quick. Ah, yes. Here it is. Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire, Harry? He asked calmly. I had to do the joke. It's an easy joke. Now that book is going to sit here for the next few hours because I'm not going to go put it back.
The Goblet of Fire constitutes a binding magical contract. Mr. Potter has no choice.
I mean, what would happen if he just didn't, though? It's a binding contract, but is there, like, a penalty if you don't? Even if you compete in the tournament, you could just surrender immediately every round, can't you? You don't have to physically compete. There's a lot of things I'm just not thinking of here.
Put an end to it. Don't let Potter compete.
You heard Barty, the rules are clear.
What the devil with Barty and his rules? And since when did you accommodate the ministry?
See, McGonagall knows what it is.
Let them unfold.
Do nothing. Offer him up as bait. I mean, Potter is a boy, not a piece of meat.
I agree with Severus. Alistair.
I mean, hell, with Dumbledore's planning for, you know, Harry and Voldemort, eventually he's planning there, you know? Gotta just do what you gotta do. Also, I love that thing. Pensieve, or whatever it is called. To be able to just see your old memories again. You can sort out every argument that way and be like, did you say this or did you say this?
Piss off.
See, Ron, you can't be doing this. See, last movie we had our Harry and Hermione, you know, movie with them solving the problem, just like they had with Harry and Ron solving the problem in the second movie. But now it's Ron's out of the picture for a little bit here while he's jealous.
Should we start with the youngest? Lovely.
This is cozy.
It's a broom cupboard.
You should feel right at home then.
So is it common knowledge that Harry slept under the stairs or whatever? Honestly, she strikes me as someone who would be a cougar.
Hey, my eyes aren't glistening with the ghost of my past.
Well, they will be. Oh, I have to pause for a second. I need to go get another Red Bull, so hang on. 1 second. Be right back. Be right back. Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me. Y'all are waiting for me over there, right? Talk to me. Tell me your name. To Harry Potter. I made sure to stock up on Red Bulls before making this video, so whew, let's do this.
Serious.
So this is what originally the flu powder through the chimney with just your head was gonna look.
I mean, it was only a dream, right?
Yes. It's just a dream.
Come on, Sirius. Even through embers, we could tell that you're just telling him what he wants to hear. Yes, it's just a dream.
Ronald would like me to tell you that Seamus told him that Dean was told by Parvati that Hagrid's looking for you.
Is that right? Well, what?
Oh yeah, this whole like telephone game they play because they're just.
Well, you can tell Ronald.
I'm not an owl.
Also, that was never hard to understand. Hagrid told Pavarti, who told Dean, who told Ron, who told Hermione, who told you that Hagrid wants to see you. It's not that hard.
Là, c'est magnifique.
Dragons! That's the first task. You're joking.
Also, geez, come on, Hagrid. You had a chance just to give Harry, you know, your boy, an advantage here, but just, you know, getting a chance to might get some... You gotta give it up to the girl, too?
Treat, Potter.
Oh, you stink, Potter. Potter stinks.
Cedric, move.
Thanks.
Remember just like a movie ago where everybody was like, wow, Harry, you saved our school from the Chamber of Secrets. Like, Jesus, that's insane. You get a special reward. Like, the whole school knows about what happened between you and Voldemort and Quirrell. But now they're all like, oh, Harry, you asshole. You're such an asshole, Harry Potter.
And you're pathetic. Pathetic.
Oh no, you don't listen to me! I take you.
Where's Buckbeak? You can get Buckbeak to eat him as a ferret. Oh. That's not something you want to hear. What'd you do at school today, sweetie? Oh, well, you know, the teacher put a ferret in my pants. What? What was that?
Never use transfiguration as a punishment. Surely Dumbledore told you that.
He might have mentioned it.
Ow! Did I leave a mark? Probably. Just do this.
If I can see the whites of their eyes, they're standing right behind me. Wouldn't even bother telling you what's in there. You wouldn't believe it if I did.
Yeah.
Young love.
I don't remember the Harry Potter shipping wars to be anything insane, but I'm sure there were out there of like, she'll end up with Harry. No, she'll end up with Ron. Yeah. You're a 14-year-old, you're fighting a dragon. Oh my god, dude. Do wizards not have dentists? Man, so they really just are okay with the dragon being off chain and just going all over the school and shit. You just got that broom. Maybe that's why we never see the firebolt after this movie. If we do. Again, I don't think we see the firebolt again after this movie. It just got too damaged by the dragon.
You want me to open it? Yeah!
That's very loud with headphones. Man, Harry was finally like enjoying himself too, and they had to do that. For once, Harry was enjoying the attention.
At least I warned you about the dragons. Hagrid warned me about the dragons. I told Hermione to tell you that Seamus told me that Pavarti told Dean that Hagrid was looking for you. Seamus never actually told me anything, so it was really me all along. Who could possibly figure that out? I suppose I was a bit distraught.
Boys.
Just f*** already.
Hi, Harry.
I do remember as a kid, I did genuinely think those were twin sisters. When I learned they were completely unrelated, I was like, what? Really? I thought they were twins. Yeah, that's how that be.
I will not have you in the course of a single evening besmirching that name by behaving like a babbling, bumbling band of baboons.
Try saying that 5 times master.
Bumbling band named Boom.
Mr. Weasley,
Yes.
will you join me, please?
Look at Harry. It's part of what the fun of a rewatch is like that. It's just like, see their more lighthearted parts, I guess. Moments of their heroic journey.
1, 2, 3.
Oi! Never gonna let me forget this, are you?
Never.
Why do they have to travel in packs? And how are you supposed to get one on their own to ask them?
Yeah, it's oh, Harry, Ron, I've been there too. Don't know how to just ask. Oh, God. Asking people to, like, homecoming back in the day. Ugh.
At this rate, we'll be the only ones like you without dates. Oh. Well, that's a Neville.
Yeah, but then again, he can take himself.
Might interest you to know that Neville's already got someone.
Oh. Now I'm really depressed.
You'll probably be even more depressed when you find out that Neville's date is your sister. Okay, so nobody's asked her yet. I don't believe that. Come on.
Can't we run away? Oh.
He got hit just because he laughed at Ron.
I just wondered if you... I just wondered if maybe you want to go to the ball with me?
Oh, and...
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, I've been there too. But here's one I can really relate to.
I'm sorry, but someone's already asked me. And... Well, I've said I'll go with him.
I've been in his shoes where except I wasn't brave enough to actually ask her. I choked, and then we had to go to class. And I said the next day, like, for sure, I'm going to ask her this time. I'm going to just, if I don't, then, So I went to ask her again the next day, only to find out that someone had asked her literally after I had failed to ask her. And she said yeah. So, been there, Harry. It sucks ass. Trust me. Also, for those of y'all who don't know, Cho Chang, the actress who plays her, also voices Caitlin in Arcane. Crazy, right?
It's traditional that the 3 champions, well, in this case 4, are the first to dance. Surely I told you that.
No.
Oh, well, now you know.
Oh. And that's all she had to send in for her audition as Belle from Beauty and the Beast. Crumb. He's like, yeah, that's right. I'm dating the 14-year-old girl as a 17-year-old or 18-year-old. It's like a senior dating a freshman. It's just kind of weird. Though I do know a couple who started dating in high school where he was a freshman, she was a senior, and they're still married to this day, like 15 years later. So, maybe it can work. Okay, sorry.
Ruddy pumpkinhead, isn't he?
I don't think it was the books that had him going to the library.
They're both just...
Besides, the whole point of the tournament is international magical cooperation. To make friends.
I think he's got a bit more than friendship on his mind.
Oh, God. Teenagers, hormones, jealousy.
That's just completely off the point. Harry.
Where have you been? Never mind, off to bed, both of you.
Okay, Mom.
They get scary when they get older.
Ron, you spoiled everything!
God damn. It really is Harry Potter and the raging hormones.
You all right, Harry? I just got in. Me?
Is that Harry's just trying to wake up again because he's in another nightmare? It's like Neville Longbottom lasted the night longer than me. Harry Potter, the boy who lived.
I suppose Victor's already figured it out.
Wouldn't know, we don't actually talk about the tournament. Actually, we don't really talk at all. Victor's more of a physical being.
Sex. Marathoning them all, it's like, wow, yeah. Okay, first movie, second movie, third movie's a little more mature. Fourth movie, it's like all the hormones, all the puberty, all the sexual references. It's like, that's childhood, though.
You know the prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor? It's not a bad place for a bath.
Are you coming on to me? Is there any fan fiction writers out there who are like, I'm going to take that and Edward Cullen or Batman meeting Harry Potter in the bath? Why does a bath need to be that big? I mean, I don't know if they have communal baths in the UK.
I'd try putting it in the water if I were you.
Oh yeah, she does come back.
Long time no see. Oh.
She's technically like 60-something, so is this messed up, you know?
I was circling a blocked drain the other day and could swear I saw a bit of Polyjuice potion. Not being a bad boy again, are you, Harry?
Polyjuice potion?
But she mentioned Polyjuice potion. That's another thing to be like, oh, so somebody here isn't who we think they are. Really, the only candidate for that would be Moody, because Defense Against Dark Arts teacher.
Almost all the bubbles were gone.
Again, she's technically in her 60s. Sure, she's a ghost of her, I don't know, how old is she? 14, 15, 16? But still, she's been alive for 60-some years. Not even alive. She's been conscious 60-ish years. Her time alive and then her time as a ghost, so.
When's the last time you held your breath underwater for an hour, Hermione?
Well, I went on this one date with Crumb last week, and I was down there.
You're sure about this, Neville?
Absolutely.
For an hour?
Most likely.
No, it's interesting. I remember in the book, it wasn't Neville who gave him the gillyweed. I think Neville told him about it. It was actually Dobby who gave it to him. Well, it's just interesting because later on we learned that it was stolen from Snape, I think. And it's just like, is that implying that Neville stole the gillyweed from Snape?
Simple enough.
Put that in your mouth.
Except for this.
Top 10 things I said on my prom night.
What's the matter with him? I don't know, I can't see him.
Actually, I would have loved it if Dean said back to Seamus, oh, so you think I can see just because it's the Black Lake? Huh? Seamus? And that's why I won't go in open waters. There could be just a shark man in there. Harry shouldn't be able to cast spells underwater like that because he hasn't learned to cast it in your mind power yet. The movies kind of overlook that thing.
It's all right. All right, party.
Go get him another towel.
I want all the judges over here now.
Look at Seamus there, though, being a good friend. Like, get another towel, and he's, like, warming him up. I'm surprised they didn't have the towels just explode.
I'm sure your parents would be very proud of you today, Potter.
Artemius! Not trying to lure Potter into one of the Ministry's summer internships, are we? Last boy who went into the Department of Mysteries never came out.
Oh. Yeah, the tongue flick thing. Yep. A father recognizes his son.
Mr. Crouch?
Hey guys, you want to see a dead body? Oh, damn. Why is everything in the wizarding world you try to eat you back? You're seeing your memories again. You get to sort of relive them as well. That's pretty cool. Could you feasibly be like, oh, I went to see a movie, so when I get home, just take that memory, put it in the thing, and then I could go in that memory and watch it again? Watch the movie again?
Augustus Rookwood,
Of the Department of Mysteries?
Yeah, the same. Keep past information to know who from inside the ministry itself.
He's actually got better looking teeth in prison versus when he's freed years later.
Severus Snape was indeed a Death Eater, and prior to Lord Voldemort's downfall, turned spy for us at great personal risk. Today he's no more a Death Eater than I am.
Remains faithful to the Dark Lord.
Again, go back and think. We know about Snape's story now, but this was the first instance we heard about him being a Death Eater, right? And it's just like, ooh, what does that mean? What could have happened? Like, you imagine this whole backstory for Snape that we don't know of, and you can't really do that now because we have everything, but the hindsight, going back and thinking about it through that perspective, isn't crazy.
And by means of the Cruciatus Curse, torture of the Auror Frank Longbottom and his wife!
Name! Give me the wretched name!
Barty Crouch!
A lot of people really didn't pick up on the fact that that was Neville's parents that he was talking about.
Hello, Father.
Man, they really just... They kind of gave it away there.
Something that would explain why these terrible things have happened.
Hey, look at that thing. It's a model of a triangle with a line and a ball in the middle, a circle ball in the middle. It's pretty unique. It's pretty crazy. The fact that the Deathly Hallows book wasn't even out yet, and they still have like a Deathly Hallows symbol, kind of, maybe, right there. It's pretty crazy.
3 drops of this, and you know who himself would spill his darkest secrets. Should you ever steal from my personal stores again, my hand might just slip over your morning pumpkin juice.
So it's implying that Neville stole the gillyweed from Snape's personal stores, which is insane when you think about Neville. Really? The Macarena's in here? I'm pretty sure the Macarena was even dated by the time this movie came out. Apparently that's like an urban myth, or maybe that's the secret. Apparently, if you're ever lost in a hedge maze, you just always go left. You always take the left turns and you'll eventually find your way out. Apparently. So, there you go. If you're ever lost in a maze, lefts for days. You're welcome. Don't say I never taught you anything. I will say in the books, the maze had like a lot more obstacles in it other than, you know, just the maze. There's a whole bunch of things in there they had to get around, so I'm looking forward to seeing how the show handles that. See, that's something I think they only added for this thing just to showcase that he's being mind controlled. They add the glossy thing to his eyes for the... I'm guessing it is the Imperious Curse that's controlling him. I think that was just for us, the audience, to know. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Sorry, Cedric. It's not going to be fun.
For a moment there, I thought you were going to let it get me. For a moment, so did I.
Here's the really tragic thing about that, is if Harry had let it get Cedric and not save him, Cedric wouldn't have gone to the graveyard with Harry and he wouldn't have been killed by Voldemort.
Go on, take it. You saved me, take it. Together. 1, 2, 3.
And again, right there, if he was just like, all right, thanks, Cedric. Bang. It would have just been him. But he's like, he tried to be a fair sport about it.
Who are you? What do you want? Kill the spare.
Avada God damn. It's just so quick. It's so disturbing, you know?
Bone of the father unwillingly given.
So this always bothered me because there's a Tom Riddle and there's a Thomas Riddle. And when it said bone of the father, it like showed Thomas Riddle, implying that that's Tom Riddle's father, but it's not. Thomas is like his grandfather. The other Tom Riddle on that tombstone is his father, the first one down there. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort, wasn't buried here, so it's like kind of confusing. There's Thomas, Tom, and then another Tom, even though he's not Tom the Third. I will say, though, Voldemort is not as intimidating in his other appearances as he is in this first one. I feel like his look is a lot more... I don't know, something about it. It's something about, like, the way his skin is and the robes he's wearing. Because the robes here are just, like, a simple thing. But in the future one, he's got, like, it looks like layers on, you know, multiple. And it just, yeah. He just doesn't look as scary in the future movies as he does here.
Still, you have proved yourself useful these past few months, Wormtail. Thank you.
Just careful on the choking.
Such a handsome boy.
Don't touch him!
I'll admit, I always thought it was dark how Voldemort just puts his bare foot on his face.
You see, when dear sweet Lily Potter gave her life for her only son, she provided the ultimate protection. I could not touch him.
Yeah. That's from the first movie.
I can touch you. Now.
Top 10 things I said to my religious wife on our wedding night.
Your parents would be proud. Especially your filthy muggle mother.
Excuse me, Lily is a mudblood, not a muggle.
Don't you turn your back on me, Harry Potter! I want you to look at me when I kill you! I want to see the light leave your eyes!
That line has stuck with me. I want to see the light leave your eyes.
Harry, when the connection is broken, you must get to the portkey.
Look, now his eyes are glistening with the ghosts of his past. Also, the music right here. Oh, it's such a great moment. Ooh.
He's back! He's back! Voldemort's back! Cedric, he asked me to bring his body back. I couldn't leave him. Not that.
Let me through. Let me through!
Oh, God. It's still gonna get me.
That's my son! That's my boy!
Ugh. It's just seeing the reaction of his dad is what gets you, you know? It's like, and it's like, in moments like that, I try and picture a movie from another character's point of view that the movie isn't focusing on at that moment. Like, that point of view of, like, Dumbledore. You're sitting there and then boom, Harry's there. You have no idea what he just went through. He's crying. Cedric's dead. And he's screaming that Voldemort is back. And it's just like, damn. Imagine it from their point of view. Like, God.
Were there others? In the graveyard, were there others?
I don't think I said anything about a graveyard, Professor.
Always a little slip up, and you're like, oh, it's the defense against the dark arts teacher. Again.
Did you think that miserable oaf would have led you into the woods if I hadn't suggested it?
You think Cedric Diggory
I told you to open the egg underwater if I hadn't told him first myself.
Do you think Neville Longbottom,
The Witless Wonder, could have provided you with Gillyweed if I hadn't given him the book that led him straight to it?
Yeah, I'm gonna take credit for all these things I've done, all the puppet strings I've been managing.
Are you Alistair Moody? Are you? No. Is he in this room? Is he in this room?
The chest from earlier was a pretty good bit of foreshadowing, like, oh, you wouldn't believe what's in there.
Polyjuice potion.
Now we know who's been stealing from your store, Severus.
I'll take that sorry now, Professor Snape, said Harry.
Barty Crouch, Jr. I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Top 10 things I said to my dad on prom night. I'm sorry, the tongue flick thing is just stupid.
And we'll celebrate a boy who was kind and honest and brave and true right to the very end.
Brave and true, I mean, you know, he stood there against Voldemort. He didn't know it was Voldemort, but still, like, who are you? What do you want?
There was a moment, when Voldemort's wand and mine sort of connected.
Priority.
They don't really explain what the hell Priori Incantatem really is or what it does. I know they do in the books. I think they do. They just don't go into it in the movie. Because I think the books explain it a bit better, but the movie you're just kind of like, it's magic! Woo!
Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy.
Hey, that's like what he told Fudge. A good reader does what's right, not what is easy earlier. Yeah.
Au revoir, Ron.
Oh, she'll be your sister-in-law one day, dude, so don't get, too into her, if you know what I mean.
Do you think we'll ever just have a quiet year at Hogwarts? No. I don't think so.
Well, don't worry. 1 year you won't even be at Hogwarts, so there's that.
Everything's going to change now, isn't it?
Yes.
Harry still has that heroic speeches like reassurance. Oh, all right. 4 down. Oh, 4 to go. We are officially at the halfway point. Let's go ahead and just keep trucking through. Let's go.
Too hot today, isn't it? And it's going to get even worse. Temperatures up in the mid-30s Celsius. That's the mid-90s Fahrenheit tomorrow. Maybe even...
I appreciate that British news show being like 30 degrees Celsius. That's 90 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way.
Where is your mum, Potter? Is she dead? Is she dead? Is she a dead Potter?
God, why would you even antagonize him? You know what you saw what he did to your aunt. Like, he doesn't care anymore, man.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
Top 10 things my prom date said to me on our prom night. They did change the look of them a bit more, because, like, it used to be more cloaky, but now it's like, as if it's not a cloak, it's skin.
How do you know about...
Dumbledore asked me to keep an eye on you.
Dumbledore? You know Dumbledore?
I think that's what it is that she has been their neighbor forever, but she's a squib. So she knows about the magic world, but can't use magic herself.
You performed the Patronus charm in the presence of a muggle. You are hereby expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
Don't forget, yeah, blowing up your aunt was fine. Damn government with their inconsistencies. Let this be a lesson to you. You're only okay in the government's eyes as long as you fall in line. When you don't fall in line, they'll come for you.
We'll explain everything when we get back to headquarters. Shh! Not here, Nymphadora. Don't call me Nymphadora.
Yeah, be careful, Moody. I've seen Game of Thrones. I know what she's capable of. And I like what she's capable of. It's more cinematic when they have to go through obstacles like this. But, I mean, they're clearly being seen by muggles, right? They don't have, like, a spell that prevents them from seeing them flying, I'm pretty sure. Or else there wouldn't need to be, like, invisibility cloaks. If you've ever felt an earthquake before, just know it wasn't really an earthquake, it was actually just something like this. It's true. True story. It's real. It's all real, guys.
Not like it was in the days of my creature is here.
Creature is the Golem. Dobby is the Smeagol.
It wasn't bad. We wouldn't even know Voldemort was bad. He's not a child, Molly. He's not an adult either. He's not James. Serious? He's not your son. He's as good as.
That's sweet. That right there, on the right of the screen, that looks like the troll's foot. That is a troll's foot. Hey, details you never noticed.
He's been attacking Dumbledore as well.
Voldemort may be after something. Something he didn't have last time.
You mean, like a weapon?
No, that's enough.
He's just a boy.
Also, the thing he's after is just the prophecy, right? Well, not just the prophecy, but he knows part of the prophecy, if I remember correctly. But I'm trying to think, what would the prophecy do for Voldemort if he got it? From my understanding, he's already, like, self-fulfilled the prophecy to the point of at least being able to affect it from happening or not. You know, mark him as his equal. So I'm curious, what would he do with the prophecy?
You got our message that the time and place of the hearing had been changed, did you?
I must have missed it, but by a happy mistake, I arrived at the ministry 3 hours early.
You gotta love Dumbledore.
Muggles can't see Dementors, can they, boy? Highly convenient. But since you can produce no witnesses of the event...
Pardon me, Minister, but as it happens, we can.
Please describe the attack.
She was a squib, though. Is that different than a muggle to the point where she could see Dementors? Or did Dumbledore just tell her what they look like?
Which is why I'm sure the ministry will be mounting a full-scale inquiry into why the two Dementors were so very far from Azkaban. Of course, there is someone who might be behind the attack.
So this is the movie's way of, like, implying that Voldemort sent the Dementors to get Harry. Because we don't hear about who sent them ever again in the movie. Though, I do remember from the book, it was actually Umbridge who sent them.
Clearly, it's become practice to hold a full criminal trial to deal with a simple matter of underage magic.
It's like, oh yeah, why are we all here for this underage magic? That's a good point.
Frank and Alice Longbottom.
Neville's parents.
They suffered a fate worse than death, you ask me.
You'll see, like, the movies will allude to what happened to Longbottoms, but never actually outright says it, other than that they were tortured. But they were tortured into insanity. They're not dead, but they're not here no more. They're gone. See, I'm sorry, like, Voldemort in, like, a full-on suit, it's not scary to me. It's not intimidating the same way his, I don't know, magically gathered cloak of evil was from the last one.
Surprised the ministry's still letting you walk around free, Potter. You better enjoy it while you can. I expect there's a cell in Azkaban with your name on it.
See, look, I think that's the closest Hermione and Malfoy have gotten to interacting since the punch.
You're not going mad. I can see them too.
Luna! One of the best, honestly.
Everyone that says Loony Love...
Yeah, Loony. Oh.
Loony Lovegood.
Loony Lovegood.
We also wish to welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge, has asked me to remind you.
Oh, God, that little... She is so good in this that you hate her so much. You hate her so much more than Voldemort. It's a great character that she's playing.
What's it mean?
Magic is forbidden in the corridor.
It means the ministry's interfering at Hogwarts.
Damn government coming into schools and teaching kids what to learn. I don't know why I'm giving it a thick accent.
The Daily Prophet's been saying a lot of things about you, Harry. And about Dumbledore as well.
What, and your mum believes them?
Well, nobody was there the night Cedric died.
Oh, well, I guess you should read the Prophet then, like your stupid mother. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
Don't you dare talk about my mother like
I'll
that.
have a go at anyone that calls me a liar.
What's going on? He's mad as what's going on.
And, like, I literally just said about the last movie, about how good of a friend Seamus was being, and now he's doing this. God.
You what?
Fine.
Seamus was bang out of order, mate. But he'll come through. We'll see.
I said I'm fine, Ron.
I do think this movie, though, probably does Ron the best, as he doesn't really go after Harry. He's not, like, jealous of him. He's trying to support him. He's standing up for him against those people. He's trying to make him feel better. How Ron is really supposed to be more so. He's less comic relief in this one, with the silly faces.
Good
morning, children.
Of course, her wand looks like freaking anal beads. Though, to be fair, so does Dumbledore's, so... I'm gonna say hers kind of look like anal beads because she's a pain in the ass.
And how's theory supposed to prepare us for what's out there?
There is nothing out there, dear. Who do you imagine wants to attack children like yourself?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Lord Voldemort.
Stupid stance, too. Like, you're not gonna be attacked. Your children might be attacked one day, as if there isn't any other wizards committing crimes or anything.
This is a lie.
It's not a lie. I saw him. I fought him.
Detention, Mr. Potter.
So according to you, Cedric Diggory dropped dead of his own accord?
Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident.
It was murder. Voldemort killed him. You must know that.
Enough!
I wonder what was the accident that caused him to die, though. Also, just give Harry some Veritas serum. Give him some truth potion and be like, is Voldemort really back? Did you really see Cedric die? Did you really fight him? Yes, yes, and yes. And they'll be like, oh, shit. All right, well, let's go ahead and start getting ready. See, they introduce these things in these movies that can solve so many issues, but they never think about bringing them in. If Harry sat in that hearing and was just like, give me some truth serum and I'll tell you literally everything, would they be like, no, we're not going to do that?
I want you to write, I must not tell lies.
How many times?
Well, let's say for as long as it takes for the message to sink in.
You know, a lot of people have the Deathly Hallows tattoo, but do you think anybody has that? Harry, just right now, Avada Kedavra.
Because you know, deep down, you deserve to be punished.
Avada Kedavra in her freaking face. God. I'm pretty sure if you ran a poll on who's the most evil character in Harry Potter between her and Voldemort, people would vote for her over Voldemort.
Your feet, aren't they cold?
Bit. Unfortunately, all my shoes have mysteriously disappeared.
Accio shoes. Just saying.
But to question my practices is to question the ministry, and by extension, the minister himself. I am a tolerant woman, but the one thing I will not stand for is disloyalty.
Disloyalty?
She's basically the Himmler to Fudge. To questions me is to questions Jaffiora.
You applied first for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post, is that correct?
Yes.
But you were unsuccessful?
Obviously.
Oh my god. I don't remember her doing that.
Can't do this. Actually, I can.
Oh god. I hate the people that are the smuggest about how much of assholes they are.
May I remind you that under the terms of Educational Decree number 23, as enacted by the minister...
You have the right to dismiss my teachers. You do not, however, have the authority to banish them from the grounds.
Get f***ed, Umbridge.
What are you doing here? Answering your letter. You said you were worried about Umbridge.
Yeah.
What's she doing?
They really did change it very drastically. You don't need to watch these back to back to realize that.
But Dumbledore was assembling his own forces to take on the Ministry.
I will say, I think it looks cooler like this. His face just barely in the fire itself, instead of just the face forming of the wood and embers. What do y'all think? Which do you prefer? The fourth movie or the fifth movies?
Is it true you can produce a Patronus charm?
And he killed a basilisk with the sword in Dumbledore's office.
It's true.
Third year, he fought with about 100 Dementors at once.
Yeah. It does sound really good. We witnessed it all, too. All the insane stuff he's done.
Facing this stuff in real life is not like school. When you're a second away from being murdered or watching a friend die right before your eyes, you don't know what that's like.
I love the emotion and like what that means, like of Harry's journey, of what he has seen, and like just the differences between him and his classmates that are both his age, younger than him, and even older than him.
At least we know one positive thing that came from today.
What's that?
Cho couldn't take her eyes off you, could she?
A little look from Ginny there, being like, ooh, still has a crush. All right. I gotta use the restroom real quick. And I think I'm gonna heat up the rest of that pizza. It doesn't seem like it, but it's been like 5-6 hours since I first ordered it and eaten it. Just starting to get a little bit hungry again. So I'll be back with some pizza. So cut to that now. I will say this, though. For the next in-one sitting, I need to buy a new chair. This one's getting old, and the cushion is wearing out. Like, my butt, it hurts. It's sore. Because of the the butt is sore. It's sore because of the sitting. Just the sitting. That's the only reason the butt is sore. It's just, I've just been sitting. That's the only...
You've done it, Neville. You found the room of requirement.
What?
It's also known as the come and go room.
Don't worry. I'll go easy on you.
I might take back what I said about Ron earlier. Look who's back. Alright. I've suddenly lost my appetite. I'll be right back. Just gonna pop this in the fridge for later. To eat later. The yummies. Pizza. Never throw away good pizza. Rule number 1 of life, I guess.
3 days later.
I'm back.
Expelliarmus!
Yay, Neville!
See you in the common room, Harry.
Thanks a lot, Harry. No worries.
Merry Christmas.
And another look from Ginny there.
Mistletoe.
Probably full of nargles, though.
What are nargles?
No idea.
There you go. Though him mentioning nargles, I was like, maybe he's into Luna, you know? Also, how funny would it have been if instead of a mistletoe, the room like conjured like a bowl right next to them, and it's like condoms.
Where was it? Wet.
Yeah, it is. That's my
Sort
boy.
of crying.
Yeah.
That bad at it, are you?
I'm sure Harry's kissing was more than satisfactory.
Oh, thank you. Next we need...
Look at me!
God damn. See, I think this is the movie where Daniel Radcliffe really came into his own as an actor. He sowed the seeds for it in Chamber of Secrets, and now those seeds have sprouted. 'Cause he's been really, really good at this one.
In these lessons, I will attempt to penetrate your mind. You will attempt to resist. Prepare yourself.
So one's trying to penetrate, the other's trying to resist. Interesting lesson.
This is the Black family tree. My deranged cousin. I hated the lot of them.
There's Bellatrix. But it also means that Sirius is actually related to Draco.
I just feel so angry all the time. And
Yeah, it's called puberty, kid. They need sex ed at Hogwarts.
When all this is over, we'll be a proper family. We'll see.
We should have known the irony gods weren't gonna let that one fly.
This is top secret, right? Dumbledore sent me to parley with the giants.
Giants?
Yeah, no more of the, I shouldn't have told you that. He's just fully just like, this is top secret. Alright, so this is what happened.
confirmed. The 10 high-security prisoners in the early hours of yesterday evening did escape.
See, here's the thing. If 2 years ago, one person getting out would have been insane, because it never happened before, and now 10, people would be like, wait. Like, come on. Something's up. Yep. I do love Neville's story of this. Just like, that's the bitch who took my parents from me, essentially.
Now even me mum says the prophet's version of things don't add up.
Even me mum.
So, what I'm really trying to say is that...
Yeah.
I believe you.
Okay, yeah, so people are coming around like, this doesn't make sense. But Seamus, you need to think for yourself and not just listen to your mother. Do you think, because every other Gryffindor boy, their year is here, do you think when they're all at practice, you know, Harry, Ron, Neville, Dean, Seamus is just sitting in the dorm like, just all alone?
She tortured them for information, but they never gave in. I'm quite proud to be their son.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure I'm ready for everyone to know just yet.
Here's the thing, like, they don't tell us exactly where Neville's parents are now, but they're not dead. It makes it seem like they're dead, pretty much, but no, they lost their minds and are in a hospital forever.
Just remember, your Patronus can only protect you for as long as you stay focused, so focus, Luna.
It's like a Patronus is basically your spirit animal.
I'll make short work of this. Bombarda,
Alright, wands out, let's fight. Come on, let's go.
All your fear-mongering about you-know-who never fooled us for a minute. We saw your lies for what they were.
Percy, you traitor. His entire, like, back half story in the books is just forgotten pretty much in the movies.
Escort Dumbledore to Azkaban to await trial for conspiracy and sedition.
I thought we might hit this little snag.
You may not like him, Minister, but you can't deny Dumbledore's got style.
You'd think he'd be pissed, because, I mean, the one dude with no magic in the school is the one that has to take down every single pitcher by hand. Yeah. Just kill her, Fred and George. Look at you. You want to do it? Kill her. Oh, guys. It's this part. This is the part of the body that, like, gets stiff with these recordings. Ugh.
Robbie, that is not polite.
We could do something.
We talked about this. You do not grab, do you? That's your new friend, Hermione.
Ron, you're a wizard with a wand. Why are you picking up a stick? It's like King Kong and whatever her name was, the blonde from King Kong. You are now married in the giant culture.
Feeling sentimental.
That's private.
See, what do you think was going through Snape's mind there when he entered that memory and saw Lily?
Legitimate.
What if Snape did the legitimate thing, but what he saw was something like this?
Oh, mama. Ooh, mama.
That'd be crazy, right?
Who wants to see me take off Snivelly's trousers?
Bully. Those that are bullied will often turn into bullies when they have power.
As I told you once before, Mr. Potter, naughty children deserve to be punished.
Kill her. Hermione honestly probably hates this because she's really just trying to take her test. Realistically, she would be if she was annoyed at them being canceled. I wish all the asshole teachers and instructors and superiors I've ever known in my life got comeuppance eventually, but you never know.
You'll have to kill me.
Oh, I will, but first you will fetch it for me.
Oh, Harry, don't you know? It's our trap.
Are you mental? We're going with you. It's too dangerous.
When are you going to get into your head? We're in this together.
That you are.
Kill her!
You were going to Dumbledore, weren't you?
No.
You're
Oh,
sent
jeez.
for me, Headmistress.
Avada Kedavra! Come on.
Have you brought the Veritaserum?
I'm afraid you've used up all my stores interrogating students, the last of it on Miss Chen.
See, Cho didn't sell you out. She was drugged.
He's got Padfoot. He's got Padfoot at the place where it's hidden.
It's like, you have to... He's a member of the Order. You gotta try and get a message somehow.
The Cruciatus curse sought to loosen your tongue.
That's illegal.
What Cornelius doesn't know won't hurt him.
It's gone.
Where is this weapon?
Well, as you can see, there's a broken rope right here, so it was tied up and it's gone, so... Just say that or something, I don't know.
You have no business here, Centaur.
Now, there's the contrast right there. See, when Snape was in a similar situation between a threat and his students, he put himself between the threat and the students, while Umbridge stands behind the students so that they're in between her and the threat.
No, enough! I will have order! Do something! Tell them I mean no harm!
I'm sorry, Professor. I must not tell lies.
That was such a good line. Such a good payoff to that. So, is everyone else just... Because they can't see Thestral, so do they just think they're riding nothing? That's honestly scarier.
The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, but he shall have power the Dark Lord knows not.
You saw only what the Dark Lord wanted you to see.
Bellatrix Lestrange.
Neville Longbottom, is it? How's Mum and Dad?
Better now they're about to be avenged.
Neville's a bit of a badass in this movie. He's already started his badass arc.
Haven't you always wondered what was the reason for the connection between you and the Dark Lord? Don't you want to know the secret of your scar? All the answers are there, bottom in your hand.
Secret of the Scar, that's still the overarching mystery.
I guess I can wait a little longer.
Now!
But again, this movie didn't really have a mystery surrounding it. It's more of a, you know, a political, the wizarding government type story, not mysterious. God damn. It's bang. He just backhanded a child. I guess the only mystery is, like, what is the thing Voldemort wants, but they don't really give any kind of clues into be that you could figure out the mystery. You know, you figure out the answer. Well, this seems like a way to, you know, grab a prophecy. Can you not just simply use magic to pull it off the shelf like they were doing and, like, grab it or something? It made it seem like they wouldn't move for anyone else except for their, you know, the owner of the prophecy.
Harry, it's just an empty archway.
It's the portal to the underworld or death or something. I forget what that is, but that's what it seems like it is, considering the only two people there that can hear the voices are the people that have seen death.
Give me the prophecy now, or watch your friends die.
Don't give it to him, Harry.
Neville. He's the one that speaks up and says, don't do it.
Get away from my godson.
Sometimes just a good old punch is all you need. It is cool.
Expelliarmus! Nice one, James!
It's how sudden it can be. And of course this. Jeez. Dude, Daniel Radcliffe was giving it his all this movie. Unforgivable curse.
She killed him. She deserves it. You know the spell, Harry.
Avada
It was foolish of you to come here tonight, Tom. The orders are on their way.
I love it though. He just calls him Tom. See, we get a lot of pageantry and a lot of, you know, showmanship in this duel, but for the most part, in the rest of the franchise, duels are pretty much just beam struggles, you know? Which is kind of a shame, but it helps set this one apart from all the others. Because, I mean, yeah, it's cool. He just shattered all this glass and used it as a weapon, and Dumbledore turned it into, like, sand or salt or whatever.
Harry, it isn't how you are like. It's how you are not.
Again, Daniel Radcliffe in this movie is probably, like, the best he's done. I mean, I'll have to see in the 6th, 7th, and 8th movies, but the 5th movie, his acting is top tier here, really.
You're the weak one, and you'll never know love or friendship, and I feel sorry for you.
Ouch. That's an even bigger sting than anything else.
He's back.
Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ.
The prophecy said, neither one can live while the other one survives. One of us is going to have to kill the other. In the end.
There's no talk, no jutsu in Harry Potter. You have to kill him. Oh, Filch, how the hell did you put all those back up, man? You don't have a wand, you can't levitate them.
Lost all my possessions. Apparently people have been hiding them.
That's awful.
Oh, it's all good fun. But as it's the last night, I really do need them back.
Do you want any help finding them?
Just whip out your wand, Harry, this wand, and Accio all of Luna's shit. Well, maybe don't phrase it like that, because just her stuff she missing. Not her action, just the stuff. You want to get the stuff. Harry, you need to get the stuff.
We've got one thing that Voldemort doesn't have. Something worth fighting for.
Aww. That's 5. 5 down, 3 to go. I have officially watched more Harry Potter than there is left. Only another 7 hours. Twilight and Lord of the Rings, I'm pretty sure I was already done by now. So we're in uncharted territory here, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, it's the first appearance of that guy, the werewolf dude.
Funny, that paper of yours. A couple of nights ago, I could have sworn I saw a picture of it.
Really?
Thought I was going around a tweet.
Is that a spell you can put on it so that it'll stop the pictures from moving?
Hey, I was wondering...
11. That's when I get off. You can tell me all about that toss of Harry Potter.
Nice. Get it, Harry. She gets off at 11. Just remember. You're going against the Dark Lord, Harry. You don't want to die a virgin. Get it.
Oh, unpleasant to behold, isn't it? The tale is thrilling, if I say so myself. But now is not the time to tell it. Take my arm.
And they never really will.
Do as I say.
Aww. Oh, man. She was pretty.
I just evaporated, didn't I?
Indeed. Quite successfully, too, I might add. Most people vomit the first time.
You just interrupted a potential other first time, Dumbledore. I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit, okay? Just bear with me.
Wands out, Harry.
Wands out. Ready for my magic? It has to be magic. Like I can't just make it appear and now it's gone. The wand's gone. Who knows where it is, guys? I mean, how did I even do that? Gross. Imagine he just like pulled Harry's head into closer to his and just licked it, not just like a little thing.
Ah, yes. Regulus Black. You no doubt know of his older brother, Sirius, died a few weeks ago.
All right, I'll do it. But I want Professor Merrythorpe's old office, not the water closet I had before.
And of course he's all into Ginny now, which is kind of weird since he was just about to go on a date with that other girl. It's like, oh, and my new girl I like. She's also taller than him now.
Why didn't you let us know you were coming?
I didn't know. Dumbledore.
Oh, that man. But then what would we do without him?
Irony gods again. Heard that.
Got a bit of toothpaste.
Sure. Toothpaste. That's what's on. Okay, Ron. Good cover up.
Though for a while I wasn't sure I was coming.
Top 10 things my prom date said on the prom night.
Run along, Wormtail.
That's another thing. I'm surprised Snape puts up with Wormtail, considering Wormtail is the reason that Lily is dead.
Over the years, I've played my part well. So well, I've deceived one of the greatest wizards of all time.
The way this was done was so kind of weird. They just kind of like slid in, oh, like, hey, Snape is actually working for the bad guys and has the whole time. Or at least Bellatrix, like, questioned him, like, why did you do this when this happened? Why were you pretending this? At least I think, and he gave, like, explanations for all of it. I don't remember what it was, but I would have loved to hear his explanation for why were you stopping Quirrell so hard in the first movie? You stopped him from killing Harry, you stopped him from getting the stone. Like, why? If you were actually an undercover agent, wouldn't you have let him do that? I don't remember what his answer was to that, but I wish they would have included it in the movie.
Is it me, or do Draco and Mummy look like two people who don't want to be followed?
You know, Ron, I'm pretty sure most people don't want to be followed.
Didn't Mummy ever tell you it was rude to eavesdrop, Potter? Pacificus Totalis!
Honestly, I'm kind of impressed with Draco. He noticed the bag moving slightly. So he figured out Harry was there under his cloak and just stunned him, the chosen one.
Enrique! Hello, Harry.
Luna, how do you know where I was?
Experts. Your head's full of them.
Those are just essentially 3D glasses. Because, like, on the magazine it said, like, magic in 3D and, like, Spectre specs.
Oh, about time. I've been looking all over for you two. Right. Names?
Professor Flitwick, you've known me for 5 years.
No exceptions, Potter.
Even though Professor Flitwick, you used to look a lot different in the first 2 movies for some reason.
Well, have you ever fixed a nose before?
No, but I've done several toes, and how different are they really?
Well, one's cartilage and one's bone, so.
Episky.
Oh, I felt that crunch.
He's covered in blood again. Why is it he's always covered in blood?
Because he's going around popping all the cherries. All the chosen oneness.
Meanwhile, the post of defense against the dark arts will be taken by Professor Snape.
Snape finally gets defense against the dark arts, and we don't see a single class of his. Come on.
Or is it no longer your ambition to become an Auror?
It was, but I was told I had to get an outstanding in my OWL.
So you did, when Professor Snape was teaching potions. However, Professor Slughorn is perfectly happy to accept new students, with exceeds expectations.
Brilliant.
So I, for the longest time, had no idea what they were talking about there, but it's Harry didn't get top marks in potions because Snape was the teacher, so he's taking like a makeup potions class as a Newt student, you know, like past the owls, I guess, with the grade he got, which was exceed expectations, I guess, so he can get extra credit to become an Auror, I'm pretty sure.
It's a truth-telling serum, and that would... It's terribly tricky to make, and this is Amortentia.
I always love those little tiny moments that really show, like, that's what friends do. That friends really do stuff like that.
For example, I smell freshly mown grass and new parchment and spearmint toothpaste.
If I was in that class and I heard that, I'd immediately go roll around in grass, cover my body in spearmint toothpaste, and I don't know, shove parchment in every pocket.
Liquid luck. Desperately tricky to make, disastrous should you get it wrong. One sip and you will find that all of your endeavors succeed.
Why doesn't Slughorn just... He's a master potion maker. Can't he just make it continuously and just constantly have amazing luck? Like, Snape is the same. Why not just boop and... yeah.
Only once did a student manage to brew a potion of sufficient quality to claim this prize.
Based on the book Harry has, we're led to believe that the Half-Blood Prince is the only one who's claimed that prize, which is Snape. So what did he use the liquid luck on? Because if he got it while he was in school, you'd think he would have used it to get back at the Marauders or to get with Lily, you know? But neither of those happened, so what did he use it for? Hey, they brought back that joke. It's been a while since we've seen it. See, no wonder the potion is incredibly tricky to get it right, because the instructions are wrong. Harry's got the real instructions, like right there, like 12 beans, but he uses 13. That's what he wrote in, and that one works. So it's like, oh wait, yeah, that was for a different thing, not for liquid luck. They weren't making liquid luck. They were making like a poison. Never mind. I thought that they were making more liquid luck.
Well, I notice you spend a great deal of time with Miss Granger. I can't help wondering if...
Oh, no. I mean, she's brilliant, and we're friends, but no.
He's like, hey, you tapping that shit, bro? You hitting that? Slide me some deets, bro. Ugh. He also spends a lot of time with Ron, Dumbledore. Why didn't you think, you know...
I can make animals do what I want without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me. I can make them hurt. If I want.
I will say, this kid actor, though, he is great. He's got the tone, the look, like that look in his eye that, like, yeah, he's a sociopath.
I can speak to snakes, too. They find me. Whisper things. Is that normal for someone like me?
See, with, like, the others, I see kid actors doing a good job. But with him, I don't see a kid actor, really. I just see that's what Tom Riddle would have been. Like, he's amazing. Top notch.
Did you know, sir? Then.
Did I know I just met the most dangerous dark wizard of all time? No. If I had,
I would have snapped his little neck right then and there. You must have had an inkling with the shit he was saying. He can make people hurt if he wants.
Got more of a beater's build, don't you think? Keepers need to be quick, agile.
I like my chances. Say, think you could introduce me to your friend Granger? Wouldn't mind getting on a first-name basis, know what I mean?
He wants to take your spot on the team, and he wants to take your girl. See, nepotism won there, because, I mean, even though Cormac missed one and Ron got it, like, the way he blocked him, Ron almost fell off the broom, so it'd be like, come on.
And snogging.
I'd like to leave.
If she looked over here and saw you snogging me, would you expect her to get up and leave?
Hey, my boy. You need better signals, Hermione. You need literally bright red ones.
What are you playing at? Dumbledore's asked me to get to know him. Get to know him? I don't know. It must be important.
Meanwhile, Hermione's just chugging her butterbeer, pretty much.
God, a little bit.
What are the filmmakers trying to say with all the leftovers that Hermione keeps leaving around her mouth? The toothpaste, the butterbeer. See, so is she drunk? Because it looks, she's acting a little drunk. I've had butterbeer at Universal, and it's just sugar. It's just pure sugar, pretty much. Honestly, the slam down was a lot more brutal than I remember.
Why is it, when something happens, it is always you three?
Believe me, Professor, I've been asking myself the same question for 6 years.
Yeah.
She's smart, funny, attractive.
Attractive?
You know, she's got nice skin.
Skin? You're saying Dean's dating my sister because of her skin?
Well, no, I mean...
If I heard somebody say I had nice skin, I'd think they'd want to, like, kill me and peel it off with Buffalo Bill.
Hermione's got nice skin. Wouldn't you say? As skin goes, I mean.
I've never really thought about it. But I suppose, yeah. Very nice.
Is skin or is skin? You know, like, they're talking about something else. I mean, they're 16-year-old boys, and they're like, I'm gonna go to sleep. They're gonna go to sleep.
My parents are dentists. They attend to people's teeth.
Fascinating.
Oh, I guess there aren't dentists in the wizard world after all.
Did Voldemort ever make the shelf, sir? You knew him, didn't you, sir? Tom Riddle? You were his teacher.
Was there anyone that, like, confronted one of, like, Hitler's teachers like this? It was just like, what was he like?
If the monster existed, it was buried deep within.
I love lines like that.
You look dreadful, Ron. Is that why you put something in his cup? Liquid luck?
Don't drink it, Ron.
So we know that he didn't really put it in his drink. Did he ask Luna to, like, lie for him? It's been a while since we actually saw a Quidditch match, isn't it? Not since like the third movie. The fourth one doesn't count. We didn't really see a match. Third one, we at least saw them play.
Didn't put it in.
Top 10 things my prom date said to me on our prom night.
A pugno.
Wow. You just committed bird genocide by making them fly into a door. Bunch of kamikaze bird pilots you just created, Hermione. She's secretly evil.
That's Romilda Vane. Apparently she's trying to smuggle you a love potion.
Really?
Yeah.
She's only interested in you because she thinks you're the chosen one.
But I
The guy.
am the chosen one. Okay, sorry. Kidding.
Everybody was like, no, do not use that to get with women. Yes. I like Harry and Luna together. I know in the books, Ginny is a lot different, more confident than we see her in the movies. In the movies, she's kind of awkward, and they don't really have the best chemistry in the movies. The books is a big difference, but yeah.
I'm only a nectary passes.
Stage 1 complete. They can move inanimate objects back and forth. Now they gotta do live ones. That's why they use the birds later.
Likes to work her mouth too, doesn't she? Yeah. What is this something to Momo?
Dragon Balls.
Dragon Balls. Oh, Z.
He's traveling, and he won't return until term resumes.
Traveling where? It's just you can't break an unbreakable vow.
I'd work that much out for myself, funnily enough.
Harry. Just like,
Open up, you. Don't you trust me?
oh, God.
The object that Draco is so interested in is a vanishing cabinet.
A vanishing cabinet?
They were all the rage when Voldemort first rose to power.
Oh, I just realized he's saying Voldemort. He's not saying, you know who, the Dark Lord. He's not saying that. He who must not be named. He's actually saying Voldemort now. I legit never noticed that until now.
Are you sure you won't stay?
No, we should go.
The first night of the cycle's always the worst.
Remus?
It always confused me because I know that's Tonks, but when I was younger, I was like, who the hell is this girl? Because she doesn't look anything like Tonks from the last movie.
Shoelace.
Man, the fireworks between these two as she ties his shoe.
You got me to get
Helena Bonham Carter, she must be having so much fun with this Bellatrix role. Just be a crazy, crazy witch. Well, we needed we needed like some kind of action scene halfway through the movie. It was too much relationship stuff. That's probably why I think this one might be the weakest of Harry Potter, at least for me. Except for like the ending. When Dumbledore and Harry go off on their mission, then it really starts to ramp up and get good. But like, so much of it is just relationship drama and all that stuff. And it's just like, come on. They should have toned down some of the relationship stuff and comedy and use that time to like show more of like Voldemort's memories and stuff. I don't think that's a hot take or anything. I think a lot of people agree with that.
Sir, is it true that Professor Merrythought is retiring?
Tom, I couldn't tell you if I knew, could I? And by the way, thank you for the pineapple. You're quite right. It is my favorite.
I will say I kind of wish they had brought back the Voldemort they used in the second movie, like the teenage one. I thought he was really good, but he at least looks like a lot like the kid anyway that they got for Voldemort in this movie.
It's called, as I understand it.
Beg your pardon? I don't know anything about such things, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Now get out of here at once, and don't let me ever get you mentioning it again!
This memory has been tampered with by the same person whose memory it is, our old friend Professor Slughorn.
How did you get the memory from him? Did he tamper with it beforehand? Like he pulled it from his head and edited it and then put it back in his head in case Dumbledore wanted it? I don't know.
This memory is everything. Without it, we are blind. Without it, we leave the fate of our world to chance. You have no choice. You must not fail.
No pressure.
You see, the other day I was in the library, in the restricted section, and I came across something rather odd about a very rare piece of magic.
So Harry's plan here is to use, word for word, repeat what he said.
There can be no light without the dark. So it is with magic. Myself, I always strive to live within the light. I suggest you do the same.
Is that what you told Tom Riddle, sir, when he came asking questions?
Harry is not subtle. Post-nut clarity.
What's that for? It's no joke. I'm in love with her.
All right, fine, you're in love with her. Have you ever actually met her?
So she basically was trying to roofie Harry. The Wizarding World sells legal roofies.
To life.
Ron.
Yeah. That's why you don't give children alcohol. I know the drinking age in the UK is a lot lower. He was talking about giving them wine. Don't know exactly what that is, but...
I suppose you want to break up with him now that he's suddenly all interesting. He's been poisoned, you daft dimbo. And for the record, I've always found him interesting.
I just want to know what Snape is thinking in the background right here. Having to listen to these kids go through their love life shenanigans. It's okay, Lavender. He was just saying, my knee. His knee hurts. My knee. Oh, not quite ready yet. It was alive when it got there, but sending it back killed it.
You don't remember anything from that night?
There is something. But it can't be. I was completely boggled, wasn't I?
Boggled.
Harry, you're friends with both of them, and you know that they like each other. Just, like, take him aside and be like, dude, shoot your shot. I don't know. Maybe it's cultural differences, Brits versus America. Because, like, I've had friends where I'm like, dude, are you an idiot? She is signaling. Go ask her out. He's like, no, that's not like that. For some reason, they just can't see it. But then when they finally go for it, it's like, hey, it worked out. It's like, yeah, I told you to do that months ago. Freaking idiot. Well, looks like Snape already taught them how to spellcast in their heads. Even though we saw Harry do it in the last movie, but shh. We don't really see Harry getting any trouble for this either. And self-defense, sure, but I mean, do you think Snape gives a shit about that? Snape would still punish him. Oh, it's fixed.
So, did you and Ginny do it then? What?
chug all of it. Like, I don't think you need to drink it all. You gotta learn to make that shit last, bro.
Harry! Sir, it's nearly nightfall. Surely you realize I can't allow you to go roaming the grounds by yourself.
Well, then by all means, come along, sir.
I would think that Slughorn would be able to recognize somebody, like, the effects of the liquid luck thing. You'd think he'd recognize, like, oh, you probably took liquid luck. That's why you're acting this way. So, no point trying to stop you.
Seriously misunderstood creatures spiders are. It's the eyes, I reckon. They unnerve some folk.
Not to mention the pincers.
Yeah, I reckon that too.
Would you like me to say a few words?
Yes.
You had a family, I trust?
Oh, yeah. I am the chosen one. Only I can destroy him, but in order to do so, I need to know what Tom Riddle asked you all those years ago in your office, and I need to know what you told him.
A Horcrux is an object in which a person has concealed part of their soul.
But I don't understand how that works.
Well, Tom, just go watch Lord of the Rings, and it's basically the ring. I remember I have seen, like, reactions to Lord of the Rings when they discover what the ring is and how it works. I've seen multiple people be like, oh, it's like a Horcrux, isn't it? And then I saw one reaction where they were like, did they steal this from Harry Potter? Yes, for real. They for real thought that. Some people, man, I swear. Some people.
What are they exactly?
Could be anything. Most commonplace of objects. A ring, for example. Or a book.
And the ring?
Belonged to Voldemort's mother. Difficult to find. Even more difficult to destroy.
The second movie is really important because, you know, it introduces Horcruxes long before we even know what they are. Though technically the first movie does that too, because Harry is technically a Horcrux as well. Still though, it helps make this feel like a long story of Harry's life through school with, you know, we circle back and we find out more information of things we've seen. We get more info about it.
Has it ever crossed your brilliant mind that I don't want to do this anymore?
Whether it has or hasn't is irrelevant. I will not negotiate with you, Severus. You agreed.
I like how that conversation, in hindsight, can mean different things. When you first hear it, you might think he's fed up with Dumbledore on the side of good. Like, he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. He's just like, ah, too bad. Well, you need to. But in actuality, he's talking about being a spy. He doesn't want to be a spy. He doesn't want to be the one that kills him eventually, but he has to. It's those little things. Appreciate rewatching the story because of those things.
Forgive my mawkishness, Harry. I'm an old man.
You still look the same to me, sir.
Well, you look the same from the third movie on, but the first two, it's a little...
Take my arm.
So I thought you couldn't operate within Hogwarts?
Well, being me has its privileges.
Just Dumbledore casually flaunting his privilege.
There it is.
It's like the waypoint of a video game. Like, this is the spot. This is where you dig for the treasure. Like in a Fable game. No, you can't use the Force, Dumbledore. That's a different franchise. Well, what the fuck do I know?
It has to be drunk. All of it has to be drunk. This potion might paralyze me. Might make me forget why I'm here. Might cause me so much pain that I beg for relief. You are not to indulge these requests.
What happens if you just scoop and dump it? I mean, it's magic, so it would realize, you know, but I've realized when watching these movies, anytime there's a question like, how does this work? What is this? Why can't you do this? The answer is always magic.
Professor. Professor!
Jesus.
It's my fault. All my fault.
It's like depressing. It's like an elder in pain, just not remembering stuff, begging for death. It's just. Yeah. The worst jump scares are the ones that are obvious it's going to jump scare you, but they're still annoying. Now these are all golems, pretty much. Oh, there's so many down there. Now this is magic. Such a cool... Dumbledore is so awesome. The music, the fire, the power. Dumbledore is awesome.
Severus. Severus is who I need. Wake him. Tell him what happened. Speak to no one else.
Dumbledore still wants to die, so he's like, get Severus, he'll kill me. He promised.
I was chosen.
Again, there's probably a lot of people with that
make
tattoo
it
too.
easy for you.
I will say, Draco has the best way of saying Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus!
Go on, Draco. No!
No. Please. Avada Kedavra.
Snape kills Dumbledore. That was the big spoiler for my generation. And unfortunately, I can't have an actual reaction to it because it was spoiled for me before I saw the movie. I think a lot of people knew Snape killed Dumbledore with how much that spread. How quickly it spread. People would just drive around at bookstores saying, Snape killed Dumbledore!
Encounter! Fight back! You coward, fight back!
No! He belongs to the Dark Lord.
And what's the reason y'all aren't just simply kidnapping him and taking him away where there's no one else? I know you won't really do that, Snape, but feasibly, Bellatrix should be thinking about that.
Second center!
You dare use my own spells against me, Potter. I'm the half-blood prince.
See, again, that feels like it should have been more of an intriguing mystery throughout the movie. But we got like a couple mentions of it. Hermione going to the library, and then we just didn't hear anything else about the Half-Blood Prince, you know? Like I said, as the movies went on, the mystery aspect became less important, I guess. The power of music, man. Harry, just pocket that. You'll save yourself a whole lot of trouble next movie.
I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B.
So that's one thing they gave you context clues for the beginning, because they at least said Regulus Black earlier. Not his middle name, but we know R.B. is his initials, so R.A.B. Not bad.
I've always admired your courage, Harry. But sometimes you can be really thick.
Smacks her on the ass and is like, oh, I'll show you what's thick, Hermione. Oh, I'm losing my mind. And with that, the final year at Hogwarts has begun. I'm not even at Hogwarts. I'm not even going to be there for the whole next movie. The second movie, they'll come back, but not for classes. 6 down. 2 to go. I need to use the restroom, and I need another Red Bull. It is after midnight now, and I still have over 4 hours left. So I'm not even going to get done till 6 a.m. maybe. If I make it, we'll see. 2 more to go. Yee. For the last 2, I had to upgrade to a 12 instead of an 8. It's crushed. It's still sitting here. I need more, is what I'm saying. We're close to the finish line now, lads. Oh yeah, and I will say, as I was scooting around, this fell. I'm guessing it's a screw to the chair. So if the chair snaps, breaks, falls apart, this is probably why. No idea where it goes, where it went. I can't really look. So that'll be exciting if that goes off, huh?
Our world has perhaps faced no greater threat than it does today.
So, have you guys gotten your guesses in on whose wand this is? Because it is his. Rufus Scrimmager's wand. That's this one's. I don't think we ever see his wand in the actual movies, but this is it. This is the one I got.
Obliviate.
Caitlin Stark, you're losing your memories. You're gonna travel to Westeros. Be careful. They really cut a lot of pretty good scenes from this opening for the pacing. Like his talk with Petunia in the house is really good. Him and Dudley kind of making up is pretty good. Okay, this movie. Deathly Hallows Part 1. I did go to the midnight release of this one. Pretty stupidly, too, because I went to the midnight release, but I had to be up for work that day at like 4 a.m. No joke. I was still in the Marine Corps. At that point in time, I was like helping train other Marines that were going to deploy. And we actually had like a shift schedule, which was really nice. But my shift was at 4, and I was like, I gotta go see Harry Potter, though. So I stayed up all night, went to go see Harry Potter, went home, had about an hour, and then went to work for however long. And it was annoying. It was very stupid, but it's like a 20-year-old kind of stupid.
That my wand and Potter's share the same core. We can wound, but not fatally harm one another. My lord, I require your wand.
Again, I used to think that if you weren't the owner of the wand, that you couldn't use magic. You know, you couldn't use it because wand chooses the wizard, but not the case.
Severus, please. We're friends.
Nothing you can really do. Can't give out your cover. Oh yeah, the glass shard. You'd think that's something that they wouldn't have missed, you know, like introducing that instead of it just being kind of there. Because I remember in the books he had gotten that from like a communication mirror. That was a gift that he had accidentally broken. And that's why he has a shard of glass, because he accidentally broke it. It was given to him by Sirius. But here they were like, shit, we didn't introduce that. Just have him holding a piece of glass. We won't explain exactly where he got it, or how he got it, but he'll have it.
Just remember, Fleur, Bill takes his stakes on the raw side now.
My husband, the Joker. By the
Your
way,
husband's the Joker.
Wait till you hear the news. Remus and
Right,
I.
all right. We'll have time for a cozy catch-up later.
I'm pretty sure your husband is Ares, not Joker, alright? Also, thanks for that exposition, Tonks. And also, another thing that they're trying to set up, but there's a payoff at the end that's supposed to be the setup for, is that Tonks is pregnant. Like, that's what I'm assuming. She was like, Remus and I. She's like, pregnant. We don't hear about it again until the next movie when he's like, your son, Remus. And he's just like, what? You had a son? I never understood, why don't they all just take it? You know, that way there's even more people they don't know who is.
Bill, look away. I'm hideous. I knew Ginny was lying about that tattoo.
I brought you here 16 years ago when you were no bigger than a bow truckle. Seems only right that I should be the one to take you away now.
Yes, it's all very touching. Let's go!
Oh, it's like a whole full circle moment. Hey, I don't care. I just think that looks cool. You know, it's all these wizards flying around like that. Jesus. Okay, so the Muggles have to see this, though, right? I mean, and this. There's a guy flying on a broom right in front of them. It's just like, I get that it's like their end game and they don't care, but it's, you know, it's pretty flagrant.
No, no.
Wow, it's so dark. See, that's another thing. The movies never really explain what just happened there, you know? His wand moves on his own, almost. Like, he didn't cast the spell, it's his wand did. I think in the books they explain it. I don't remember the explanation in the books, but in the movie they're just kind of like, we'll just brush past that whole thing. Like, This movie, more than probably any other Harry Potter movies, is like, hey, you read the books? Then that's good, because we got some details you'll need.
What gave you away?
Hedwig, I think. She was trying to protect me.
Yeah, I always liked the movie's explanation better than the books. Because in the books, what gave him away was the fact that he used Expelliarmus. Because it's his signature spell, even though everyone uses it. The fact that Hedwig gave it away makes a lot more sense than what happened in the books, really.
How are you feeling, Georgie?
Saint-like. I'm holy, Fred. You get it?
The whole wide world of ear-related humour, and you go for I'm holy.
Mad Eye's dead.
Damn. Yeah, off screen and everything. And he was like the best of the best Aurors, you know, so that's all-time low for our heroes. If the best is dead, what about the rest?
Sit me up, will you?
Temptress, thy name is woman!
Morning.
I just love that look.
The last will and testament of Dumbledore. First, to Ronald Bilious Weasley, I leave my Deluminator.
I remember that thing from the first movie, almost like it was yesterday.
Unfortunately, the Sword of Gryffindor was not Dumbledore's to give away. As an important historical artifact, it belongs
To Harry. It belongs to Harry.
No. That's one of Hermione's stupidest things she's ever said. Like, no. 1,000-year-old historical artifact. Yeah, just give it to you. If a distant relative of, like, Thomas Jefferson came out and was like, I want the Declaration of Independence because my ancestor wrote it, you'd tell him to fuck off.
Come, Daddy. Harry doesn't want to talk to us right now. He's just too polite to say so.
Luna's the best.
Bathilda Bagshot lives at Godric's Hollow.
Well, that's where she first met Dumbledore.
You don't mean to say he lived there too?
The family moved there after his father killed those 3 muggles. It was quite the scandal.
Why did his father kill those muggles, though? There was a very valid reason for that. For that triple homicide, I would say.
The Ministry has fallen. The Minister of Magic is dead.
It's because he didn't have his wand with him. Shit, I'm sorry, bro.
If Voldemort really has taken over the Ministry, then none of your places are safe.
By the way, these jeans, not my favourite.
This is like urban wizard fighting, you know? CQC in the city, just choo-choo.
This one's name's Raoul. He was on the astronomy tower the night Snape killed Dumbledore.
Spoilers, Harry.
How is it then you were there?
Maybe you still have the trace on you?
Can't be. Trace breaks at 17 is wizarding law.
They'll never explain how they knew that they were there. I mean, there was a deleted scene where they say that Voldemort's name is like taboo again, so that if you say his name, that pretty much signifies that you're against him, so that they're alerted to your location and they'll come get you. That was cut from the movie, so that's another thing that they just question where it's not explained at all.
Right.
I do like that detail of Harry seeing somebody run to him and he immediately, like, just in case. I like that. I like that. I've always appreciated that small little bit of character acting, I guess. Aw, they fell asleep holding hands. Just f*** already. See, here's would have been a perfect time to introduce, like, the mirror shard. Like, he goes into his room and he finds the shard, like the broken glass, the mirror that was busted or whatever, and he like looks at it and then he sees the eye and is like, what was that? I better keep the shard. That's how you could have written that. At least I think so. I mean, all right. Red Bull is very helpful, but the problem is it goes right through you. So I'll be right back.
2,000 years later.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Hey, losers. He isn't here.
Yeah, Neville.
They have flesh memories. I thought it might open at your touch. The Dumbledore had hidden something inside it.
Just gotta touch the right part.
Harry Potter, so long it's been.
Dobby.
Master Weasley, so good to see you again.
We can try this.
See, that sounds like it implies that Dobby and Ron have met before, but we haven't seen them meet. Though Dobby doesn't appear in any of the movies since Chamber of Secrets, he's in every single book.
Oh, she's there. Look.
Yeah. This time you need to kill her. I've always looked at this like, it kind of looks like a more grown-up them. Like them in like 20 or 30 years or so, you know?
I'd say if we don't locate Umbridge within the hour, we go find Ron and come back another day. Deal?
Yes. Albert, aren't you getting out?
Every time they do polyjuice potion, like acting, people have to pretend like they're other people. They always seem to nail it.
Accio-lock.
Hey, what I was saying that they should do in all these other situations. But hey, at least that one cat, the snitch cat, isn't here. Going to snitch on him.
Mary Elizabeth Cattermole?
I'm just surprised that Umbridge could conjure a Patronus. I guess her happy memory is like torturing people, torturing those children.
You're lying, Dolores. And one mustn't tell lies.
Stupefy! No, Avada Kedavra!
Mary, do as I say.
Ma'am, you're going to jail. Well, he's of age. Yeah, technically. That was freaky.
Hurry quickly, in my bag. There's a bottle labeled Essence of Dittany. Quickly!
Accio Dittany.
Come on, you need to think like a wizard like that all the time.
Ron got splinched.
Ah, leaving part of your body behind when you apparate like that if you're in a hurry.
Defender! Reductor!
Die! 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 Why not try Avada Kedavra on that? I mean, it's a piece of soul. I don't think it would work either. That the Horcrux could be killed by the killing curse. Seems kind of productive, but give it a try.
What are you doing?
We have to keep it safe until we find out how to destroy it.
Can't you just keep it in the bag? Pretty sure you put it in there, it'll be safe. You don't have to wear it. It's not the ring.
You know who has found Gregorovich?
The One Maker.
He wants something that Gregorovich used to have.
See, now they're you-know-whoing with that deleted scene giving the context of why they're you-know-whoing.
I'm doing everything I can.
You're not doing enough!
Take it off. I said take it off now.
Take it off. Take it off. No, Harry, you gotta start with your pants.
Better?
Right.
We'll take it in turns, okay?
Again, you don't have to wear it. You could just throw it in the bag. The bottomless pit of a bag. Ron. It's like, oh, they were definitely out there f***ing. And now he's telling her not to wear the perfume next time. Because they didn't want it. What? Why, Harry? You don't want your dick smelling like perfume? What?
The Sword of Gryffindor. It's goblin made. It only takes in that which makes it stronger. Harry, you already destroyed one Horcrux, right? Tom Riddle's diary in the Chamber of Secrets.
With a basilisk fang? If you tell me you've got one of those in that bloody beaded bag of yours.
You stabbed the basilisk with the Sword of Gryffindor. Its blade is impregnated with basilisk venom.
That makes it even more insane that Harry didn't accidentally cut his hand open when he grabbed the blade of that sword, because if it's just even a little cut, that's basilisk venom now.
You think I don't know how this feels?
No, you don't know how it feels! Your parents are dead! You have no family!
Stop! Stop!
Finally, go! Go then!
I mean, that's... Honestly, saying something like that, your parents are dead, you have no family, is... Like, that's basically a friendship destroyer.
I saw you two the other night.
Ron, that's nothing.
It was just a quickie behind the bushes, Ron. Run. And now, the Harry Potter tradition of one of his friends is with him, and it's that journey throughout now. See, imagine Ron walks in right now. It's always so weird. Just have this dance. I mean, it's still brighten their mood. He's being a good friend. But then it always, like, teases that will they kiss thing. I don't know. This late in the game, maybe don't suggest, like, hey, you know, Harry might not end up with Ginny. Ron might not end up with Hermione. Harry and Hermione might get together. And the two Weasleys will just, I don't know, kill themselves.
You were right. Snitches have flesh memories, but I didn't catch the first snitch with my hand. I almost swallowed it.
No snitches have stitches. And no bitches.
Somebody inked it in. It isn't part of the book. Somebody drew it.
It's a very popular tattoo idea, really.
Merry Christmas, Hermione.
Merry Christmas, Harry.
They're saying Merry now, not happy. Look how far we've come. I started the video in the first movie. And it's like, hey, when I was a kid, I didn't know why they were saying Happy Christmas. And I just found out that's how they do it over there. But now they're saying Merry.
I don't like this, Harry.
Hermione, she knew Dumbledore. She might have the sword.
You think Hermione might be excited to meet Bathilda Bagshot? You know, with how much of a freaking book nerd she is.
Zangath.
It always bothered me that there were no subtitles there. I know it's like parcel mouth, you're supposed to like pick up on that, Maybe Harry can't because he doesn't know when he's speaking it, really. But, like, I want to know what the hell they're saying to each other, still. Ew. It was a snake! Oh. They just broke into a baby's nursery next door, I'm guessing. In like a connected house.
As we were leaving Godric's Hollow, I cast a curse and it rebounded. I'm sorry.
Movie kind of downplays how monumental that is. His wand that was been protecting him this whole time is broken. That was my third Red Bull for this video.
Accio sword.
They only think of the Accio spell when it won't work. To be honest, I would try and like fish it out with, I don't know, a branch or something before I think jump in the water. And of course, the one thing you don't take off is the thing that's gonna try and kill you.
Are you mental? It was you.
Yeah, exactly. Are you insane? Now you're all wet. Now you just put it on clothes, and the clothes are gonna get wet. And it's gonna get sticky to you. You know, like when they like suction to your skin because it's wet. Ugh. It was an eye.
What woman would take you? You are nothing. Nothing. Nothing compared to him.
It's like the worst shit you want to hear. Ooh, yeah. The seemingly naked kissing. Damn. They're going to town, too. He's like, whew. Was it good for you? Also, Harry, dude, your feet. Put some socks on, my guy.
Ah, Donald Weasley! You show up here after weeks, and you say, hey? Where's my wand, Harry? Where's my wand?
I don't know.
So you give me my wand!
He's like, nah, I'm going to protect you from that.
And how is it that you just happen to have the sword of Gryffindor?
Magic.
Christmas morning, I was sleeping in this little pub, keeping away from some snatchers. And I heard it. Your voice, Hermione. Coming out of it.
And what exactly did I say, may I ask?
My name. This tiny ball of light appeared, right to my chest, straight through me. Right here. How long do you reckon she'll stay mad at me?
Well, just keep talking about that little ball of light touching your heart. She'll come round.
Oh yeah, this is even more of like adds to the shonen aspect of Harry Potter. They need to go on a global trotting adventure to find the 7 Horcruxes.
Let's vote on it. Those in favour?
Oh, you're trying, Ron, but...
There were once 3 brothers who were travelling along a lonely, winding road at twilight.
Midnight. Mum always said midnight. Twilight's fine. Better, actually.
Well, Ron confirmed it. Twilight's better than Harry Potter.
Before they could cross, however, they found their path blocked by a hooded figure.
This is...
It was Death, and he felt cheated.
See, like, this is one of the coolest things that come out of this movie. Even this franchise, this whole little story, this tidbit, this animated bit is awesome.
The oldest asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence. and asked for the power to recall loved ones from the grave. So Death plucked a stone from the river, and so it was that Death reluctantly handed over his own cloak of invisibility. Another wizard stole the wand and slit the brother's throat for good measure.
This is a kid's story in this world, too. Slitting throats.
Driven mad with hopeless longing, the second brother killed himself so as to join her. And so Death took the second brother.
Yeah, this is such a cool story.
He then greeted Death as an old friend and went with him gladly, departing this life as equals.
I love when stories can do that. They can introduce lore in disguised as like a folk tale or like a story that this universe has.
The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Cloak of Invisibility.
It's always interesting to me how something so simplistic can become so iconic, you know? Like, it's just a triangle, a line, and a circle. But together, it's just like, boom, became an iconic logo for Harry Potter.
Who took us up?
Voldemort.
And they said the magic word. We'll never see Lovegood again, so maybe in the movie he died. And I know in the books he's fine, I think, if I remember correctly. But in the movie it makes it seem like he might have literally died. Well, shit. Hey, remember how all of you could apparate? Maybe give that a try? Don't know why they don't.
Tell me where it is. Tell me who possesses it. Dumbledore.
Hey, Grindelwald, how did you end up in jail? I really wish we could see that maybe in like a movie franchise of its own about beasts or something. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't get canceled halfway through, but we'll have to see.
I can't be sure.
Look closely, son.
I mean, you also know that Harry always hangs out with Ron and Hermione, and they're right there, so it's like...
Yes, what is wrong with his face?
He came to us like that. Something he picked up in the forest, I reckon.
Ran into a stinging jinx. Give me a wand. We'll see what her last spell was.
I remember in the books they talked about how they could see what the last spell of a wand was, but this is the first time they bring it up in a movie. And it's pretty interesting to see them bring that in this late, because the first instance I know of it was in like the 4th book, I think.
I didn't take anything.
I don't believe it.
Oh, sorry, the screams. They always got to me. I never liked hearing her torturous screams. Are pretty brutal, honestly.
Help us.
Dobby?
Elves are much more powerful than wizards. But whatever, they're subservient to them for whatever reason. And that's the end of Wormtail. Pretty anticlimactic compared to the book version where his silver hand choked him to death because he went lax on Harry.
Right. Well,
It was largely your fault. The sword was there.
So do you think anybody has that tattoo? Also, it's very hard to see, and I didn't catch it my first time watching, but that whole scene, you saw like a single hair landing on her shoulder. In the next movie, they talk about like, oh, I'm positive this is her hair. She saw it actually land there. It's hard to see, though, I'll admit.
call him.
Yeah, Draco knew the whole time. He was trying to protect them. And that's all it took. Someone's now the owner of the Elder Wand.
You could have killed me!
Dobby never meant to kill.
Dobby only meant to maim or seriously injure.
Again, elves are so much more powerful. Just...
Dobby has no master. Dobby is a free elf, and Dobby has come to save Harry Potter and his friends.
Oh boy.
Harry Potter.
Just hold on, okay? We'll fix it.
He's so tiny.
Dobby is happy to be with his friend.
He's so small. I've seen gardens where people have that tombstone of Dobby's where it says, "Here lies Dobby, a free elf." Yeah. And end of part 1. This was the movie franchise, I think, that started the whole part 1, part 2, splitting up the final bit. To be fair, though, this movie kind of needs it. I mean, say what you want about, like, the middle section where they're going from place to place, so not really accomplishing much, because it's meant to show how, you know, tedious their travels are. That's fine. You know, having stuff like that, you're building the tension between the characters, so it's fine. And they still cut a whole lot out and made it so that a lot of the stuff you really required, it's not required book knowledge, but book knowledge would help. And then, you know, it makes sense why they split this one up. It needed this amount of time. You really can't cut out a whole lot from the final book itself in general. A 4-hour-long epic might have been cool as well. Lord of the Rings style, you know, but whatever. Just one more left. Just one more. I'm on the last movie. Oh, man. Well, I have to go to the restroom real quick. Oh, God. It hurts to move. It hurts to move, guys. Guys, it hurts to move. Oh, the tailbone. It's the tailbone that hurts the most right now. Ow. Yeah. 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 And I'm back with a drink and, of course, some delicious 4 a.m. leftover pizza. Yummy. All right. After over 17 hours, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in that technicolored rainbow in between, we have reached the finale, the final entry in this long and massive franchise, Deathly Hallows Part 2. I've told this story before, but I actually got to see this movie early as they were playing it on base for free to military personnel before it had even had the world premiere. Yeah, we got to see it like a week early. It was awesome. If you've watched my channel, then you know how much I love a good ending. And honestly, I think this movie nails the ending. So, it's the end of this massive video, this massive rewatch, this in one sitting. Let's go ahead and just finish it already. Cheers, ma'am. It's the end. Ma'am. And it might be all the Red Bulls kicking in, but I'm not even tired. Like, at all.
You probably don't remember that I showed you your vault the first time you came to Gringotts. Even amongst goblins, you're famous, Harry Potter.
Nah, I know. That was Vern Troyer. I pointed it out. You're not Vern Troyer. You're Warwick Davis.
This was the wand of Draco Malfoy.
Was. Is it not still?
Well, perhaps not, if you won it from him. I sense his allegiance has changed.
See, that's something curious, because we've seen people, like, Expelliarmus people all the time. That means their masters are all like jumbled up. Like, oh, you're my master now. No, you're cool. Nah, I'm not gonna pick you.
You sure that's hers?
Positive.
Yep. That's why they had that scene in the last movie of the almost invisible hair flying onto her shoulder.
We're relying on you, Griphook. If you get us past the guards and into the vault, the sword's yours.
Gotta be careful with your wordings.
Imperium.
Harry using another unforgivable curse.
What the devil are all you doing down here? Thieves! You gave up the
Imperium.
keys, you...
We're all getting in on the unforgivable curses.
It's been trained to expect pain when it hears the noise.
That's barbaric.
Yeah, it's pretty barbaric, alright. Oh. Oh, he reminds me of like a big, skinny Great Dane who's been hurt.
Accio Horcrux.
Up there.
They've added the Gemino curse. Everything you touch will multiply.
Yeah, well, you know, it could be worse. Other than multiplying, they could be like burning hot or something.
I said I'd get you in. I didn't say anything about getting you out.
Damn fine prince.
That's unfortunate.
Well, come on then.
Hermione, she's the mother of dragons.
That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Can Muggles see dragons? Because I don't know.
He knows we broke into Gringotts. He knows what we took, and he knows we're hunting Horcruxes. One of them's at Hogwarts.
What?
We have to go there now.
What? We can't do that. We've got to plan. We've got to figure it out.
Hermione, when have any of our plans ever actually worked? We plan, we get there, all hell breaks loose.
He's not wrong, but the plan still works in the end. Pretty much, in some way. Nah, I would just leave her on some deserted island somewhere until I killed Harry, you know? Be like, he'll never find you here. Just chill, eat some squirrels, and I'll be back.
In here, Potter.
Harry? I can see you in this.
This kind of makes the mirror also make no sense. Because that shard is from the piece that he has, so... Yeah, it's kind of weird. But they needed to have like a visual thing of like, oh, this is where the shard goes.
What makes you think you can believe anything my brother told you? In all the time you knew him, did he ever mention my name? Did he ever mention hers?
To be fair, I've known people a long time, and I don't bring up my family.
That's your sister Ariana, isn't it?
My brother sacrificed many things, Mr. Potter, on his journey to find power, including Ariana. And she was devoted to him.
Well, they don't know who is the one that actually killed her. Could have been either of the ones that were dueling that day.
Neville, look, you look like hell, I reckon. This is nothing. Seamus is worse.
Today's dark arts lessons had us practicing the Cruciatus curse on first years. I refused.
Not defense against the dark arts, just dark arts.
flying.
Oh.
There's something we need to find. Something hidden here in the castle. And it may help us defeat you-know-who. Right. What is it? We don't know.
Where is it?
We don't know that either. I realise it's not much to go on.
That's nothing to go on.
Yeah.
6 months she hasn't seen me, and it's like I'm Frankie first year. Only a brother.
She got lots of those, though. She only one, Harry.
Shut up, Seamus.
Yeah.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. If anyone here has any knowledge of Mr. Potter's movements this evening, I invite them to step forward now.
Tell them how you looked him in the eye. A man who trusted you and killed him. Tell them.
Ha! Snape, of course, looking like he's defending himself, but he just took out the other two. Obviously.
Give me Harry Potter. Do this, and none shall be harmed.
What are you waiting for? Someone grab him.
Oh.
I would like you, please, to lead Miss Parkinson and the rest of Slytherin House from the hall.
Exactly where is it I'll be leading them to, Mom?
The dungeons would do.
Not fair! At least give us a chance. Maybe some of us would want to stay and fight. Because, like, in the books, they at least gave them all a chance to stay and fight. All the Slytherins left, a lot of the Ravenclaws left, some of the Hufflepuffs left, and, like, none of the Gryffindors left, if I remember. But I'm pretty sure some Slytherins came back with reinforcements. Because that's the Slytherin way. You gotta think, like, oh, we can't win this fight. Let's go get help, and then come back. That's the Slytherin way. The thought.
To blow it up. Boom.
Boom! Why don't you confer with Mr. Finnegan? As I recall, he has a particular proclivity for pyrotechnics.
I can bring it down.
That's the spirit. Now, where you go?
Seamus's explosions coming in handy.
And his name is Voldemort. Phileas, you might as well use it. He's going to try to kill you either way.
Fucking Minerva, you badass!
Man the boundaries! Protect us! Do your duty to our school! I've always wanted to use that spell.
God. We've come so far tonight, haven't we? Preparing for the final battle at Hogwarts. Defend the school, delay him as long as you can.
Look, we'll talk later, okay, Luna?
Harry!
Later!
Harry Potter! You listen to me right now!
Luna!
There's not a person alive who's seen it. It's obvious, isn't it? We have to talk to someone who's dead.
The clavicles, the tailbone. I'm starting to feel all the wear. The Red Bull's starting to wear off. Whew. The battle begins.
He's lied to many people.
I know what he's done! I know who he is! He defiled it with dark magic!
I don't know why, but I kind of love the fact that it's like, I know who he is. I know what he's done. I love that implied, like, realization she must have had at some point.
You okay, Freddy? Yeah. Me too.
Not for long.
Harry talks in his sleep. Have you noticed?
No, of course not.
They don't do a lot of sleeping when they're alone, Ron. I'm always kind of surprised that they didn't go and, like, seal up the Chamber of Secrets or, like, demolish it or something. They just left it alone, skeleton and all. Wow. All that Horcrux did is make him wet. Alright. Finally the kiss. He's like, you talk shit. Well, it's a good thing none of the villains know that momentum stopping spell.
That went well.
See, now Neville is the action movie star now. Hey, see, look, they have giants. What happened to Grop, whatever. We never see him again in the movies after the 5th one. I know in the books he came back. I remember that.
Luna, I'm not for her. I think it's about time I told her since we'll probably both be dead by dawn.
Get it, Neville.
I know.
I'm sorry, they just don't have like that great of romantic chemistry. I mean, dude, that's like your final kiss goodbye, potentially, for all you know.
Maybe he's gone to the room requirement. Doesn't show up on the map, does it? You said that last year.
That's right, I did.
No, she didn't. I just watched those movies and she never said those words. That might be a thing where it's like, hey, in the 6th book she said that, but yeah.
There's my girlfriend, you numpty!
Oh, wait. I guess that counts for Hermione and Malfoy interacting. She disarmed him. That counts, I guess. So, from the time she punches him to the time that she disarms him, they never interact. Cornish pixies.
I'll set the bloody place on fire!
Well, bye-bye, Goyle. Sorry that you had to die instead of Crabbe, but, well, with what happened with Crabbe's actor, they can't really bring him back.
If we die for them, Harry, I'm gonna kill you!
Not even a thank you.
My lord.
I don't think he feels like talking. Wow. Also, that was Wood. That was Oliver Wood from the very first few movies. It's crazy. That was a cameo. I had no idea it was him for the longest time. See, this is what I mean when I said, like, watch the first movie and then watch the last of something. Because, like, all I'm picturing in my head is those little kids from the first movie running around and doing this, you know? Because, like, how they started versus how they are now, it's pretty crazy, you know? Running around, just shooting off spells like it's nobody's business, taking down Death Eaters. Well, there goes Wrong's ex. That whole little montage of the war going on is so awesome. I love that.
The Elder Wand belongs to the wizard who killed its last owner. You killed Dumbledore, Severus. While you live, the Elder Wand cannot truly be mine.
My lord.
Nagini, kill.
A good and loyal servant, and you can't even give him like a quick death. I mean, I'm assuming because he doesn't think the wand will work on him because it's his true owner, so he can't kill him with that wand, but It's a good thing it wasn't like a quick death because, you know, he's able to tell Harry what he needs to know. He's able to complete his double agent, triple agent mission.
You have your mother's eyes.
God. Rip Snape. You were a good bad dude. That's one of the things, like, picture that from Harry's point of view. That Snape saying that to him. Like, God. It's the most mind-blowing thing. See, that's what's rough, too. We never even saw... Like, in the books, we didn't even know how Remus and Tonks died. They're just there. Harry just encounters them on the floor, just like how he does in the movie. But unlike the movie, we actually did get to witness Fred's death in the book. We were there for it. Ugh.
Freak! Up here!
You know, interestingly enough, I don't think Harry has brown eyes the same way the little girl does.
Don't say a word against my father.
It's crazy that this little montage implies that she went with the bad boy who knocked her books over instead of the nice guy who was carrying her books, you know? Because they skipped over a whole lot of other stuff.
He intends to hunt them down now, to kill them. Hide her. Hide them all. I beg you.
The Dark Lord will return. And when he does, the boy will be in terrible danger.
When you risk your life every day to protect the boy.
How long?
Maybe a year.
They never really exactly say what caused that curse, but it was... He wore that ring Horcrux because it was the resurrection stone originally. So he wore it to try and see his loved ones again, and then it cursed him.
Only then will the Dark Lord trust you completely.
It is one of the best, like, spy stories, I feel. Like, double agent, triple agent, or whatever.
A part of Voldemort's soul latched itself onto the only living thing it could find. Harry himself. A part of Voldemort lives inside him.
Yeah. What a lot of people had guessed by that point, but yeah, that's the answer to all the questions, you know? The secret of the scar.
Don't tell me now that you've grown to care for the boy. Lily, after all this time.
Always.
It's like all the answers. Who sent the dough? And we know. Such a great sequence of realization. See, that's what a lot of movies these days are missing. Those moments where a character is just to themselves, where they don't speak, they just feel something, and we as the audience feel it too. Whether it's Luke staring off into the sunsets, longing for adventure, or that realization of Harry realizing what his life has been, what his mission is, and what he can do to stop it. Just like sitting down and taking it all in. So those kind of moments that really sell a story. Do you think any of you could do that? Knowingly walk to your death? You'd like to think, like, yeah, I'd do that for my loved ones, but until you're in that moment, you just don't know. It's hard to say. The movie never talks about it, but the Resurrection Stone is that Voldemort ring, the Horcrux that we saw him have. He didn't know it was a Deathly Hallow when he made it a Horcrux, but... That is tragic. That little moment right there is tragic. He just wants to hold his mother and he just can't.
I never wanted any of you to die for me. And Remus, your son.
Others will tell him what his mother and father died for.
And this is where everyone in the audience was like, what? He has a son? Huh?
And he won't be able to see you.
No. We're here, you see.
Oh, yeah, it's like what he told them in the third movie, that you could always find us in here. Never put that together until now.
Stay close to me. Always.
And that ends up being Lily's final line of this franchise. And when you think about it, Snape's final line, non-repeated final line, was what again?
Always.
They both get always, you know what I'm just saying.
I thought he would come.
Top 10 things my prom date said on our prom night. Boom! Finished it off. And you know what the plot twist is? I never even went to prom. There you go. That joke ends there. You're welcome. Tip your waitress. Well, that's it, everyone. I did. Oh, right, yeah. Evil doesn't win.
We're in King's Cross, you say? I think if you so desired, you'll be able to board a train.
And where would it take me?
On.
Where specifically? There's a difference between heaven and hell. I've lived my life pretty good. I think I'd go to heaven. I'm Harry Potter. But just in case, where would it take me, Dumbledore?
My mother's Patronus was a doe, wasn't it? That's the same as Professor Snape's. It's curious, don't you think?
Actually, if I think about it, it doesn't seem curious at all.
I can't tell you how many people I heard think that that meant that Snape was Harry's real father. A lot of people thought that, apparently, because they left out the part where a person's Patronus can change depending on who you're in love with. Snape's becoming a doe meant that he still loved Lily. That's all it meant. Not that Snape was secretly Harry's daddy.
Is he alive? Draco, is he alive? Dead.
And that's why you do good deeds, because he saved Draco, she lied for him, and he was able to pretend to be dead and come back and win the day. Also, Harry gets to come back and, like, inform people, like, hey, by the way, I died and I spoke to Dumbledore. There is an afterlife. Of course, there's ghosts in this world, so they would know that. But, like, to have reassurance, I've said this before, to have reassurance of the afterlife is immeasurably more valuable than these movies make it seem. It's just like, oh shit, there is something after that. Yes!
Come forward and join us. Or die.
Hey, there's Professor Sprout. Welcome back. It's been a while. Been a while!
Ah, well done, Draco. Well done.
Dean wanted to laugh. He looked at it and was like, I want to laugh at your face.
They didn't die in vain. But you will. Because you're wrong. Harry's heart did beat for us. For all of us. It's not over.
And Harry's alive. That's what I'm talking about when I say watching the first movie and then watching the last movie. Because Neville, imagine that kid in the first movie, I'll fight you, looking Voldemort in his face and saying, you will die in vain. See that character progression, and it's beautiful.
Not my daughter, you bitch!
Fuck yeah. Damn. He got blown to pieces.
Come on, Tom. Let's finish this the way we started.
Together. I just love it. He calls him Tom, too. I love that. The final beam struggle of the franchise. Let's go! Oh, it's so freaking hyped. Whew. Whew, God, it's been a long journey, hasn't it? This feels so good after just sitting through this and watching all of them. And I know, I could make the obvious Thanos snap joke, but everybody else and their mother has, so I am not going to. There are some joke wells that even I won't go to. You know, you just know, they f*** like crazy. You survive like a ending war battle, life and death, you got to f*** like crazy. This is how it is.
When he killed Snape, he thought the wand would become his. But the thing is, the wand never belonged to Snape. It was Draco who disarmed Dumbledore that night in the astronomy tower. The other night, when I disarmed Draco. At Malfoy Manor.
So that means...
It's mine.
See, it's pretty clever, the whole disarming thing, even though it's like a rule that just they introduced, kind of, at the end. But I do like, it's like, oh, Draco's the one that disarmed him. That's who had the wand. But I do find it iffy that just because Harry took Malfoy's wand away, it means that the Elder Wand is, like, somehow knew that too. Like, oh, okay. Like, he was in Dumbledore's grave when that happened, but... Harry, you were supposed to take the Elder Wand and fix your wand with it first.
Together.
They still look very young, even though they're supposed to be in their mid-30s. He's got a ferret. He's gonna feed it to Buckbeak.
What if I am put in Slytherin?
Albus Severus Potter. You were named after 2 headmasters of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin, and he was the bravest man I've ever known.
Even though I think that the way they, like, Albus Severus Potter is a little city, I love the sentiment behind it. Him saying that he was the bravest man he ever knew. Yeah. Hey, it's the frog. The frog that Harry let go on the train, first movie, it came back. It was on there the whole time. Full circle. I did it. I'm getting kind of emotional. It's not because I did the challenge. I mean, it's just watching 8 movies back to back to back to back without leaving the chair. It's nothing to get emotional about, but like, I don't know, the feelings I get of like reliving this era is really nice. Seeing how it went, how it goes. Of the in-one sittings I've done so far, even though this was the longest, it wasn't that bad, really. It wasn't painful. Like with the Lord of the Rings in one sitting I did, when we were getting towards the end of it, I was actually getting a lot more into it. I was having a lot more fun. And when it was over, I was like, oh, yeah, it's over. Man, it's crazy. But I didn't find it bad in any way. With Twilight, on the other hand, it was not torture to get through, but it was a lot rougher than something like Lord of the Rings. And now with Harry Potter, it was relatively easy to get through. Like towards the middle of it, around the halfway, I was like, oh my god, I still have to do 5 more movies, 4 more movies. And it was just like, it was daunting at that point. But now looking back, it's like, that seems like so long ago that I was worried about that. I started this in one sitting at 9:45 a.m. yesterday morning. It is currently 5:46 a.m. So about 20 hours I've been sitting here, rolling around, watching Harry Potter. Oh my god. Just saying that doesn't sound like I did it. 20 hours. I had quite a lot of caffeine in this, so it might just be the Red Bulls. I'm tired. I'm out of it. I really have to pee, and I'm afraid to stand up because I can feel the pain. But the tailbone. The tailbone is what's doing me worse. I'm a little afraid. I don't know if I remember how to stand up. You know what? Here. All right. I'll do it. Oh god. Oh my god. My spine. Oh. My freaking tailbone, guys. The backward stretch. Hey, if you guys made it this far, whoa, shit. Hey, if you guys made it this far in the video, to the very end, go ahead and let me know down in the comments. I really would appreciate it if I knew people actually watched to this point. Just comment down below flapjacks. I don't know. Comment that. Comment flapjacks. That way I know you saw this. It'll make me feel good that people actually paid attention to this long. And hey, I had fun. In-one sittings may be rough to record, but they are really fun to have. And I hope you guys had a lot of fun watching along. And if you would like me to do another in-one sitting for another series, comment down below. Let me know, which series should I tackle next? And while you're down there, please make sure to like and subscribe. At least like it for the editing alone. Like it for the editing alone. And go over to the Patreon. Whatever. Patreon's there. It's in the description. Check it out if you want to. Well, until next time, that's it.